Hey, hey, hey. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday night, I should say. It is January 22nd, 2024. It's Monday night. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Tonight, guys, sorry about the glitch in the beginning. Tonight, guys, we're looking into this strange case of three Kansas City Chiefs football fans hanging out with a friend, and they find him deceased in their friend's backyard. Oh, yeah. What the hell is going on, folks? This is crazy stuff. Thank you all for joining me tonight for this. I appreciate each and every one of you. What do you say we get this show on the road? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. Hello, 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 and welcome back again, everybody. Great to have you here. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so very much for joining us again, guys. Sorry about that glitch in the beginning. I don't know why that happens. Gotta love StreamYards. You pay for something and you get what you get, I guess. Who knows? Welcome back again. Good to have you guys here. Let me know if my audio is okay tonight, if you will, please. I appreciate that very much. Um, it's been on and off doing its thing again. So welcome back. I hope you guys all had an amazing weekend. And the first thing I want to say is thank you all so very much for being here, for supporting this channel. Please know how important that is to me and how much I appreciate every one of you guys. More than you know, I do appreciate you. Let me check my settings here, folks. Let's see. All right. Like I said, is that any better? Okay. So again, guys, tonight we're looking into the story of these three Kansas City Chiefs football fans. They went over to their friend Jordan's house to hang out and watch the playoff game, as we all would do. And my camera's doing its own thing, so hang on a minute. And yes, they died. They never went home. So their friends and family started looking for them, and they end up finding them froze to death in this friend's backyard. One on the back porch, and the other two in the backyard. What? I mean, It just doesn't make any sense at all. I have this turned up. I hope that helps. All right. So, yeah, it's crazy, folks. It's very crazy. The circumstances surrounding the scenario are weird, to say the very least, but they were found frozen. Hypothermia, frozen, whatever you want to call this, that's how they were found. Very, very, very bizarre that's a good word. Strange, weird, crazy, all of it. You don't see things like this happening on a regular basis, folks. This is the first time I've dealt with, people with hypothermia or people that are froze solid. Not like this. Typically, these people either were living on the street, were there was other circumstances that made it make sense. Okay, this scenario does not make any sense. So that's all I'm saying. But thank you guys again for joining me for this. Come on in. Wherever you guys are tonight, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great for me to be here with you guys. I appreciate every one of you more than you know, like I said, for coming in here, supporting the channel, and hanging out with me as I tell this story to you. And we figure this out together because there's a lot to figure out, folks. A whole lot. It's crazy. So first off, let's see who is joining us here tonight on this frigid night. It's still cold here, guys. So I got rid of the fish and I turned the fireplace on back there so you guys can maybe seeing it'll help you stay warm if you guys are feeling cold tonight. So first off and foremost, welcome Summer Jade. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Virginia Wolf, great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Cluminati's in the house with Mr. Cletus as well. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam, great to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Rowena Moses, welcome back to you. Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. My friend and yours, Eddie's in the house. One made nut. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. And again, I want to thank all of my moderators for joining us tonight, for doing the amazing things you do. I couldn't do this without you all, and I appreciate you so very much. So thank you for joining in. Jethro Troll, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Oh, Miss Felicity J, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Love Tina 2010. Oh, great to have you here. Great to see you tonight. Kelly Mack, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you. Thank you for joining us. Paladin 2004. Thank you for joining us. My friend Randy Fur, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great Pearl, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Who else? Sarah Bear, great to see you. Good to have you here tonight. Sergeant Friday, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Always a pleasure. Sooner Girl 74, always happy to have you. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Sony, welcome back to you. Great to see you as well. X, just a mom is all X. Okay, all right. Great to see you. Good to have you. Zelda, welcome back to you. Let's see here, guys. Anybody that's in here, if you're newer, you're not a member, please make sure you're able to receive gifts in your membership gifting because you never know when you will get one. You just never know. So make sure that's open for you to receive. Andy Ruler, hola, welcome to you. Jody Walters, always happy to see you too. Thank you for joining us. Gloss Boss, welcome back. Groot, what's going on? Great to see you tonight. Aunt Clara, happy to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Missouri Mima of 9, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Please hit that like button on your way through the door, guys. We got 118 people with 50 likes. Please, let's make that match. Let's get out in that algorithm. T 2014, welcome back to you. Barbie 3000, thank you for joining us. Again, guys, anybody new? Miss Brady B, the OG. Thank you for being here, dear. I appreciate you. Anybody, Miss Lisa Vallejo, thank you for joining us. Anybody that's new, anybody that hasn't been here for a while or is new to the channel alone, Sadie Kerp, great to see you. Open up that membership gifting so that you can receive a membership because you never know when they're going to be gifted. I promise you don't. It can happen at any given time because we have a lot of gracious people in here, a lot of generous people that like to hand those out. So please make it happen for yourself if you can, folks. I do appreciate you very much. Come on in. Again, guys, sorry for those of you that were in here. Welcome back, Teresa. Good to see you. Those of you that were in here and it dropped out, I'm so sorry for that. There's a glitch with the StreamYard. Terry Martin, great to see you. Come on in, everybody, please, if you will. Walt Harris, what's going on? Stan Boney's joining us tonight, huh? All right, all right. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Kim Marin, welcome, welcome, welcome. Always happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Golf Inspector, welcome back to you. Great to see you. My mic is hot. Sounds bad. Ugh. Is it too hot? Is it too loud? I told you I turned it up. I wish I could hear this stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry, folks. I'm trying to get this stuff right. I think my audio equipment is just not right. How's it sound now? I turned it down. Is it any better? D. Marie, welcome. Good to see you. Anybody? How does it sound now? Turn it down more. Tin Ray, good to see you. How about now, folks? How do I sound now? All right. It's distorting, but it's better now. Okay. All right. I had it turned up too loud. That's all. Sorry about that, folks. I go back and forth. Sounds weird. It's good now. Okay. All right. Again, guys, make sure that those your gifting is open to receiving, so you can receive should one come out to you. Kat K, welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight. Ashley, thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. Amanda Scott, thank you for being here. Love seeing all the new faces, all the new names in here. You guys are absolutely amazing, and I do appreciate you so very much. Come on in, grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Have a seat, sit down, have a conversation with me. I appreciate you. Cindy Kirk, been a member for 1 month. That's absolutely awesome. Congrats and thank you for that. For being part of this community, Cindy, you are appreciated. Absolutely. All right, guys, come on in and get comfy. Great to see you all. Great to have you here. Welcome back, Miss Heather Fitzgerald. Great to see you. Come on in, guys. All right, we're at 136 people with 64 likes, guys. Hit that like button, please, if you will. Hello from Ohio, Miss Heather. You got to be cold like me then, I imagine. Irene Clobber, good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let me see. Come on down, folks. Get comfortable, if you will. We got a crazy story to talk about tonight. That's a fact. It's definitely, this is a new one for me, guys. I've seen some crazy cases. We've covered some crazy cases. This is one of the strangest. I got to be honest with you. I really do. I really, really got to be honest. Like or get out. Yeah, not that harsh, but hey, Dreamer, good to see you. All right, let's see here. Let me see. Kelly Mack's been a member for 4 months. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for that, Kelly. I appreciate you so very much. And God bless you for being a part of this community. Mr. Philip Hughes, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here. You will have Mrs. Dago back at your disposal as of tomorrow morning. She says she will be there, and she can't wait to see you. You take care until then, my friend. And thank you for joining us tonight, sir. I appreciate you. Hope Floats, welcome back, Val. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Froggy Meggie, welcome. Hello, hi. How are you tonight? It is great to see you. All right. Like I said, guys, make sure that membership gifting is open to receive memberships or gifts. Should you choose? Lisa Wilson, great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you here. I appreciate you so very much. All right. Yes, you are. Sorry about that, Rach. Miscommunication. That's fixed. You're all right. All right. Mojo Rising. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Mystic Virgo, welcome to you. It's great to see you. Thank you for that comment, Lisa Wilson. I appreciate that very much. All right, guys. We got 5 true crime cafe memberships going out. Whoever receives them, congrats and welcome. That's a little gift from me to you for being here and for supporting this channel. It looks like Miss Ashley received one. Golf Inspector General received one. Sooner Girl 74, Walt Harris, Jody Walters. Congrats and welcome back to the sauce. It's great to have you meatballs here. Thank you so much for joining us. So very much. You are appreciated. Absolutely, Golf. No worries at all. And you should be good, Rach. I'm sorry about that. No worries. And let's see here. Love Tina 2010. Great Pearl. Yay, hey. There we go. All right. Miss Carolyn. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Timmy C, great to see you. And we got 5 more going out. Mystic Virgo gifted a membership. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam was gifted a membership. Love Tina 2010. Jethro Troll, Dreamer was gifted as well. Congrats to you guys and welcome to the sauce. If you haven't been here before, welcome back if you were. It is great and to have you here and welcome all the new meatballs. Oh, welcome back, guys. I do appreciate you so very much. And that's on me, folks. That is on the house. So that's just to show a little appreciation for all those of you that support this channel just being here. I do appreciate you so very much. Miss Tracy, looks like Tracy became a member on her own, I think. Somewhere in there. Yes, she did. There she is, right there. Welcome, Tracy. Great to have you here. Great to see you in the sauce with the rest of us. Thank you so very much. No worries, Licity. Take your time, do your thing. It's wonderful just to have you here. You are welcome, Sooner Girl. No worries. All right. Uh-oh. And it
Phantasmic Ether
is in the house. Welcome back, Phantasmic. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, much appreciated. I hope that went through the right way. I hope you heard it okay. Chantel, welcome. Good to see you. Great to have you here. And again, I want to thank Cluminati for joining us tonight. Another creator, another channel out there. Great channel, guys. If you would, if we can have one of the mods drop that link, please. If you guys haven't checked them out over there, please go over, show a little bit of love. Is my voice normal or no? Did it go back to normal yet? How about now? Do I sound all right? Oh, that's a good point there, Tina. Yeah, guys, if you haven't yet checked out Cluminati's channel, please do. Oh yeah, definitely, Ash. We're gonna be talking about that too. There's some stuff going on over there, guys, like crazy stuff. Right, right. Again, I want to thank Miss Brandy B. Thank you so much. She handles our TikTok, guys, and we just put that up just here a few minutes ago, and it's already been hit quite a few times already. So thank you for that, hon. You did a great job on that. Nothing's back yet on that, Heather. As far as the talks results, it's going to take a minute, but of course, You know how that goes. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 174 people, 80 likes. We are almost at 100, folks. That's all I need to get this out in the algorithm. So if you will, please, let's see if we can do that, guys. I tried to trim this down a bit, and I think I hacked it. I don't know. And you can see the gray is back, so I'm going to have to fix that soon. I started to feel like I was looking like a homeless man, guys. So sorry about that, making you guys look at me that way. But hopefully this looks a little bit better, a little cleaner. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with. It's okay. For those of you that are on TikTok, I'm just saying that is over there too. And Brandy handles that. She does a great job over there. And I thank you again, Brandy, for everything you do with that. Amazing. So very much. All right, guys. Let's get the show on the road, as I say. Let's see here. I'm going to go back and give you Tammy C. Great to see you. I'm going to give you guys the beginning. Lady says, what the hell is that supposed to mean? You saying he looks old? How about that weather, folks? Pretty crazy weather, huh? What do you think? Yeah. I did not say Cletus looked old. Get out of here with that. Never would. I actually don't know what Cletus looks like. So I know he's got a super beard. That's all I know. I'm trying to grow mine out, like really out there. What's up, Krista Haney? And it just was like it was all over the place. I'll be honest, not to be. I brush this thing daily, folks, all day long. You guys have seen me sit here do this, okay? And it just doesn't cooperate sometimes. So I had to trim it down. Mrs. Krampus, welcome back to you. There's CL. Welcome, CL. That's another good point. That's another thing we're gonna get into. This guy was a chemist. How about that? Thank you so very much for that, Ashley. Again, while you guys are here, don't forget to sub up to Illuminati and join the crew over there, folks. Great stuff. 12, welcome. Ciao to you. It is freezing out here. I'm just keeping it neatly trimmed, Miss Brandy. I don't want to look like a homeless person because I did. I was starting to get that poof stuff going on. No matter how much I brushed it, it did its own thing. Yes, Beyonce is all beard. I think he's got a little face in here somewhere, like this much. The rest is beard. So, you know. Hey, Wolfman Jack. Yeah. That's kind of my thought. We're going to talk about this afterwards, too, guys. I want your guys' thoughts on this. This is the craziest situation I've ever seen. But anyway, we're going to start with generalized the first news drop 10 days ago. When I first saw this, I was like, whoa, what? Pamela Johnson, thank you for joining us, and thank you for that. That's a good point, Kim. How long have they known this guy? How this Jordan? How close were they? Were they best friends? Was this just somebody they just met? And why, when after this all went down, why was there a U-Haul truck seen in this guy's driveway? Where are you going, bro? If you didn't do nothing wrong, what's going on with that? Like, are you moving? What are you moving out of there? What's going on? There's no arrest been made. The police are saying no foul play. Yeah, it's a little crazy, you guys. I want everybody's thoughts on this for sure on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and get this rolling for you guys. And that's something was given to them, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Not too many people are going to be able to tell me any different on this, folks. But I'm just saying something is off with this in a bad way. Let me get these subtitles up here just in case you can't understand this guy. And here we go.
We're in a neighborhood just south of Berry Road.
I want to turn. It's got low volume, folks. You might want to turn your volume up to hear this a little bit better. My apologies. I have this cranked, but
As we take a closer look, you can see the home behind me where the discovery of the 3 bodies was made. According to Kansas City police, we're in a neighborhood just south of Berry Road called the Coves. As we take a closer look, you can see the home behind me where the discovery of the 3 bodies was made. According to Kansas City police, a woman came here to the home just before 10 o'clock last night looking for her fiance. When he didn't answer the door, officers say she broke into the basement of the home. She then discovered an unknown body on the back porch and called police. When officers responded, they found 2 more bodies in the backyard. According to KCPD, there were no obvious signs of foul play observed at or near the bodies. This discovery has longtime residents like 18-year-old Charlie Brook, who spent his whole life here, both shocked and baffled.
It's pretty old, as in the sense
Welcome,
of
Liza.
age of people living here, so not much goes on. It's pretty quiet, so this is obviously a shock for any neighborhood, but especially ours.
Several neighbors tell us the home is a rental property. One of those neighbors says a man in his late 40s lives here. City records show the homeowner is from Denver, Colorado. Reporting live in the Northland, Andy Elcock, KMBC 9 News.
All right, Andy, Kansas City police not identifying any of the victims as of right now. Officers tell us that may not happen until next week.
All right, so that was the initial news break on this, okay? Or one of the initials, I should say. And again, weird. So, according to police, no foul play. So they go to watch this game with this guy, their friend. They watch the game. The game's over. People leave, I'm guessing. I don't know how many other people were there for sure, but, you know, he doesn't go home. If he put Visine in their drinks, that they would have given him diarrhea, but they wouldn't have froze to death. You know what I mean? Like, this is weird. Now, here's another thing that goes with this, folks, too. Their keys to their vehicles, which are still parked in this guy's driveway at this point, and their wallets are inside the house. First of all, I hang out plenty of times with friends. We watch football together. I'm a huge football fan. I do this all the time. I never take my wallet out of my pocket when I go to somebody's house. And when I'm done, I get in my car and I go home. So this guy has said he had no idea they were back there. And their phones. Yes, Taylor. Yes, and welcome, Taylor. This guy said he did not know they were there. So like you heard, this lady goes over, she breaks in through the basement, goes through the house, is yelling, "Hey, hello, anybody here?" The cars are in the driveway. Okay. Nobody's answering her. So she goes out, she sees the guy on the back porch. She calls police. They show up. They knock on the door. The guy opens the door and comes out in his boxer shorts with an empty wine glass in his hand. Where were you when somebody came into your house calling out your name? What were you doing? He was home the whole time. He didn't go anywhere. KP, what a do. These people tried to get a hold of Jordan, the person that lives in the home. I'm guessing he's not the home owner. He rents the home, okay? So he was texted and called, this and that and everything else. No answers. And he had to know that these people were missing at that point. Nothing. You're not going to look out your... listen, guys. You're not going to tell me that you don't go and look out your windows, walk out of the house. Did the guy not leave the whole time and not notice the vehicles in the driveway? Another question. What is going on? Mind you, this guy is a chemist, okay? This was a couple days, folks. This wasn't just like overnight. Yeah, he left a few times. I'm going to play some stuff for you guys. There's an interview with his attorney. Some other things. We're going to look at it. This is just offhandedly crazy to me. I am sorry, but you're not going to tell me that there is no foul play with this, that there was not something done. Jody, as far as I know, they were wearing their clothes. I don't know for a fact that it was not listed yet. There hasn't been like a PCA or anything put out on this. There's no foul play. There's no crime. They just died. And if the guy was passed out for days, now that's a good point. CL says for him not to be arrested makes me think that the guy that lived there was passed out for days until they woke him up. So did they all ingest the same thing and these people just went outside and they froze to death? Because it dropped down to like 30 or so overnight, blah, 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 so on and so forth. They're out in the backyard and why didn't you come back in the house? Or if they were locked out, why didn't you start screaming, yelling, hey, help me, what's going on? Unless you couldn't. Okay. There's some weird stuff with this, guys. Oh, okay, Terry. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. Taylor said, note this. The attorney mainly specializes in murders and other felony criminal cases. It's a good point. Thank you. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. I'm starting to wonder. Miss Victoria, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. No, he could have continued drinking and or drugging for days. It's very possible too. Now, these guys weren't young guys, they weren't like high school kids or like 19, 20-year-old guys. This is just Joanne. Welcome. Good to see you. This is strange. Very strange, you guys. I mean, very, very, very strange in my opinion. Just saying. Hold on a minute, folks. Let's jump up here a little bit. All right. So now here's my thought on this. This is a picture of everybody. This guy, and this guy are now deceased. These two are not. Okay. So we're gonna this guy here is the other guy that was there, I believe, too. I believe this is the guy that owns the place or rents the place, I guess. Let's see. Phantasmic said he read the family's messages looking for them, though. So he was obviously conscious to a point. Thank you. And how did he not then go looking for them? Thank you. Listen, guys, I don't care what anybody tells me. I don't care. Anybody in here can tell me this. The vehicles were in the driveway. Typically, people with that house set up, I'm going to guess that the window to the kitchen looks out over the backyard. You're going to see something. I mean, come on. The cars are in the driveway. The guy left a couple times. You didn't see the cars and go, why are there cars here? I know I would have. I'd have been looking for them. Angel of Virtual, good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you are as well. I mean, what I keep scratching my head over and over and over again. I don't get it. Did he just leave him there? Yeah, I mean, if he panicked, okay, call 911. There's 3 dead people in my backyard. Get him there now. Figure it out. You didn't even do that, okay? I got a problem with this, folks. Big problem. So, yeah, they were parked at the house, in front of the house is what I meant. I'm sorry. You know what their vehicles, you know what they drove up in. You see them. Let's talk about this, okay? You didn't look in your backyard. You didn't go out in your backyard. You didn't nothing. I mean, come on. I don't believe this. I don't believe this, you guys. I just don't. At the very least, 911. That's it. That's it. Again, not only did we have an 8-hour period of time where 911 wasn't called, this was days, guys. This blows that out of the water. Yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point. Some people maybe don't, maybe, if this was me and I went to my friends and I never came home, my wife would have been there like that, or calling nonstop, came there to get me. One or the other, something like this would have happened. Okay. 36, 37, 38. Yes. Thank you, Clue. Les says, if my friends' cars were at my house, then I'd be like, what damn closet are you? Okay, there you go. You go through the house, you go through the basement, you go through the yard, you go through everything, and then when you don't find them, what's going on? Here's the other side, though. You see their keys in there, you see their wallets, you see their phones. Their phones are going off. You don't pick one up and go, hey, what's up? Why? Somebody's hiding something. And this is, again, Taylor just said it. I was going to say that. It's not getting enough coverage, in my opinion. So this is why we're looking at this. That, and I'm completely blown away by this. Yeah, Jody, their keys, their billfolds were in the house. It's weird to me. Why did you take your wallet out of your pocket and set it down inside somebody's house anyway? Whether you're there or not, my wallet stays in my pocket. That's a little off to me, but hey, people are different. I don't know. And that's what I heard as well. Yvonne, thank you for joining us. I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard also that Jordan himself had their keys on his person, like in his pockets or something, which is strange to me. Welcome, Kathy. Good to see you. And she just said, not enough coverage here in KC at all. It's something's off. And one of the guys, here's another thing, guys. One of the guys that's missing didn't drink, smoke cigarettes, do drugs, nothing. So what's that all about? Okay. Now the big thing with this is waiting for the autopsy report with the toxicology to come back. Obviously, that takes time. David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and then this other woman, I've been looking at her stuff too. Lindsay Ray, Baldwin, Kaylee Latier have put things on Facebook we're going to be covering and looking at as well. Yeah, the house, George Rain, did I say it right? I'm sorry if I didn't. My apologies. You know, I was thinking about that, Tina. It does sound like that. It does sound like that, possibly. But they would have been throwing up. I've dealt with people being an EMS that have ingested antifreeze, and there's vomiting, diarrhea, things like that happen as well. So it's Georgia. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So sorry. I hate trying to say names and I had to get it wrong. Georgia Rain. That's pretty. Beautiful name. There's a good point there. Tina. It's very suspicious. You're right, Gray. It's very weird, though. This is the weirdest thing. How do you not look at this guy and scream some sort of foul play with this guy? I'm sorry to say, but that's just crazy. I do believe there was a privacy fence all around the backyard of the house. I do believe that, with a gate. So, just Amber, good to see you. Antifreeze is detectable. That's a true clue. That the Visine thing would have made him just have diarrhea. I've dealt with that before too. It doesn't. I don't think you would kill somebody. Could kill somebody with that. But okay? If that's the case, what the hell is the motive for that? You know what I'm saying? They're all the same. They're fans of the same team, it seems. So there's no. I mean, that's a dumb reason, but I'm just saying there's no like rivalry with that. Crime scene. Well, that's the thing. There isn't a crime. Missouri, Meemaw. There's no crime at this point. That's what I'm saying, Gray. He didn't notice the cars were there, right? Riddler, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. Yeah, antifreeze is definitely detectable. If they do any kind of liver test or anything, they'll find that. Cindy says maybe they bet money. I don't know. If he was in some sort of drug-induced coma for days and asleep until someone broke into his house, the cops arrived. Well, when she broke into the house, she was yelling throughout the house. His name, their names, all this kind of stuff. He didn't move until police showed up, and then he answered the door. Michelle Noor. I'm confused. Why was he in the house, passed out for 36 hours, or out of the house sporadically? Good point. Yeah, that's the thing, is it was stated that he left a couple times. So that's what got me weirded out. Uncle Toulouse, thank you for joining us today. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, so let's go forward with this, guys. Let's see what this says here. Hold on a minute. Let me reset this for you. All right. Boom.
Now to the bizarre story out of Kansas City. 3 guys found dead outside of a friend's home after they'd all gone over to watch a Kansas City Chiefs game with him. And the living friend, whose home they'd gone to, apparently never contacted the police. Apparently claiming days later that the 3 men, identified as 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, froze to death outside of his home. The autopsy results are currently pending, but as of now, police are saying there are no signs of foul play and are not treating this as a homicide investigation. Joining us now is John Paserno, the attorney for the homeowner. Thanks a lot.
Now, this guy here is the attorney for the. He doesn't own the home; he rents the home. His name is Jordan. I can't get his last name yet. I'll get it though. This is his attorney. Pay attention to this.
For coming on the program, appreciate it. All right, so a lot of people, particularly family members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say anything different than what he's told police previously.
Welcome, Kendra.
He has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
Let me read you. This is from one of his friends, from one of the friends of the one of the people who died, who said on Facebook, "The man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on the door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in his hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this." Your response?
Sure. Even if all of those things are true, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time. And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to indicate that Jordan had any involvement whatsoever in their deaths. I spoke with the prosecutor this morning, as a matter of fact. The toxicology reports are due in a couple of weeks. And, we can all speculate as to how they died. But as far as my client being involved, Jordan didn't have anything to do with their deaths. When they left his home after the game, he didn't even really know which door they went out. They were in the backyard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front. And so he had no knowledge that they were out there until, Tuesday, when he was told that they were out there.
And what of the claims from the families that they were trying to contact him and he wouldn't respond and they were going to the house, et cetera?
Sure. I don't know about whether or not they went to the house or tried to contact him, but he was home sporadically. I know another allegation I've seen floating out there is that he would have had to put the dogs out, that the dogs would have went in the backyard, and that's untrue as well. The dogs stay at his dad's house, which his dad lives in a different location, and that's where the dogs were. He had no reason to go in the backyard. As you can see there, we've had recent snowstorms and that kind of thing. So he had absolutely no knowledge that they were out there. They were his friends. They were at his house socializing. If he had found them out there or if they were in danger, he would have called the police and tried to help them. He's a highly educated guy. He's a good guy. He has a full-time job. In no way would he try to harm his buddies.
And to be really clear, he didn't know that there were 3 dead, frozen friends outside his house.
Correct. No idea. I mean, if you didn't look in your backyard, how would you know that?
Now, let me ask you this question. Not everybody's houses are set up the same way, okay? If you happen to look outside and you see their cars in front of your home that and you get in draw your car, you leave, you go somewhere, you see the cars, and you look around like, wait a minute, why are the cars still here? You go in your kitchen, you get a drink of water, you look out the window, you're not gonna do that. You don't check. I check my house all the time, my front, the back, all of this stuff, guys. Nobody does that. I mean, that's an excuse, a weird excuse to me. I'm sorry. Who doesn't look around? I mean, that's a big one. That's huge. That's huge. Welcome, Mary Holt. Good to see you. That's a huge red flag. There's many others, but that's a huge one right there. I agree with you on that, Clue. There's got to be, Joanne. There's got to be so much more to this. I'm telling you, something. I mean, even okay, the cars is a red flag. Their wallets and keys and phones is a red flag. Okay, that's a problem. That's what I'm saying. They left all of their stuff inside my home, and their phones have got to be going like crazy. Why are you not like that? No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. Something is wrong. There was one on the back porch near the back door. That's the first one that was found by the lady that broke into the home to see what was going on.
All right, John Paserno, thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Let's get back with the panel. Geraldo Rivera, Ashley Banfield, and Jesse Weber. All right, Ashley, it's cold where they are there. You grew up in incredibly cold weather as well. What do you make of what Mr. Paserno is saying there?
I grew up in minus 30, so I don't think Kansas City's cold at all. However, look, I get what Mr. Paserno is saying, and that it does make sense. I once rented a dumpy house that I never saw the backyard at all. I did, however, see cars in my driveway, and those friends had vehicles still in the driveway for 2 days after the game. So that's a hard one to sort of put my head around, because if he indeed is going out that front door to and from wherever he goes every day, isn't he calling the friends to say, come get your cars? That didn't happen. And I'm very, very concerned about what Kaylee Laturion said in her Facebook. They broke in to the house calling his name, and he didn't answer, and they're in his house, and they find the bodies, and then 10 minutes later he's coming out with a wine glass in his underwear. All of that, very uncomfortable.
Jesse?
It's strange. I don't think we learned too much from this interview. I mean, he emphasized something that I thought was interesting. All three died presumably at the same time. That's very curious. And if they had cell phones on them, if it was a case they got locked out of the house or in trouble, they didn't contact anybody else. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. And I'm not surprised from this attorney that we didn't get those answers, because he is representing his client in a really difficult situation right now.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven.
Now, I am going to say something that I did just think about. If you were drinking too much, I could see leaving the cars there overnight and then having your wife or whatever bring you back, pick you up, pick up the cars. But 36 hours, guys, come on. Ren Hennigar, thank you for joining us today. He had locked the doors, or she wouldn't have had to break in. So the guy obviously locked his back door. You had to go around to do that. I know I do that all the time. Every night I go lock on my doors, that kind of thing. So I don't know. And I agree with Clue. There's something off with this. I don't care what they say on this. There's something off, period. Tomboy, welcome. Good to see you. Something is way, 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 way off. Way. All right, guys, hold up here. Let me see. Where's it at? I wanted you guys to see this other thing here real quick. Hold on one second, folks. All right. All right. So this is one of the friends, or I'm sorry, not the friends. This was the fiance to the one gentleman. My apologies. Kaylee, I think I'm pronouncing it Lachier. I think that's how you pronounce it. Okay. So they had a like a memorial type thing here for them. It was very good turnout. Very sad situation. Celebration of life, I guess you call it. Okay. That was for David, one of the victims. And I just don't understand this. I don't get this. Nothing that any excuse you could tell me, folks, is going to make this make any sense to me. Nothing other than they were poisoned or drugged. Okay, and this is like I said, this is her Facebook, and like I said, that's an amazing celebration of life, and God bless. That's awesome. Good for them. Um, this is the other guy who I don't know. Okay, so I just don't get this. That's what I was going to show you. This is Kaylee's Facebook page here. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll give you the other. And I'm sure it's probably shut down or not doing what it's supposed to be doing right now, as typical. Now I'm gonna show you this here real quick. This is some comes up under him as well, just so you guys know. As soon as I get the volume.
Deceased in this backyard of their friend Jordan Willis's home that he was renting. It appears that Jordan is moving out. Now, if you don't know this case, here's a quick recap. These three men went over to the home of Jordan Willis on Sunday night to watch the Chiefs game. They didn't go home after the game. They didn't go to work on Monday or Tuesday. Finally, on Tuesday at around 10 p.m., Clayton's fiance had gone to the house, went around to the back because Jordan wasn't answering the door, even though she had been banging and hollering out his name and knew that he was home. So she went around to the back. She was able to break in through a window, and then she saw a body on the porch covered in snow. She called police, and after they arrived, they found two more bodies. Jordan apparently has no clue what happened and told people they must have just froze to death. This is after he had been ignoring everybody's calls and texts for the past 2 days, asking if he had any idea where the guys were. The police said there were no obvious signs of foul play. No arrests have been made. Autopsy and toxicology reports are pending. So he can leave, but in my opinion, it kind of looks weird. I know there was talk about a search warrant on the home. I don't know if they did that yet or if they found anything. I was also informed that the police have the cell phones of the three guys and they're going through those. What do you guys think about this? I mean, I honestly thought the math wasn't mathing in this case as it was, but now got a little update for you guys. If you have been following the case of the three men from Kansas City, Missouri, who were found deceased in this backyard of their friend Jordan Willis's home that he was renting, it appears that Jordan is moving out. Now,
Where's he going? Where's he going? Why is he leaving? All of a sudden, you're just packing up and hitting the road? For what reason? Yes, he was a scientist. He was a chemist, for those of you that didn't catch that in the beginning. So, kind of interesting to me, I thought. Just wanted to show you guys that, he was definitely heading out. There was a picture of a U-Haul. This is just I don't even know I'm not meaning to laugh. I don't know what to say to this, you guys. I don't know what to say or how to react to this. Now, let me give you the other. The families of these guys are pissed. I don't blame them. I would be too. They should be. Because they're not getting any answers, and there's no excuse for this. People just don't go hang out at their friend's house and die. It just doesn't. You just don't do that. Okay, it's not a normal thing. It's not something that should be accepted as regular. It doesn't make any damn sense, you guys. Okay, so here. Let's see here. And like I said, guys, there's not a lot of coverage on this. There's not a lot that anybody knows at this point, sadly. Let me see here. Where are we at? Where are we at? And how close were these friends to be? Like my closest friends that come over for stuff like that, if I'm close to them, okay, I'm gonna tell them, hey, you know, or look for if I just this is wrong. I don't even know what to say to you guys. I don't. This is insane. Hold on a minute here. That's cute. Love that. I'd love to have a conversation with some family members because I just this is wrong. This is wrong, completely wrong. I don't care what anybody says. This is wrong. Here, let me set this up too. I'm going to open the phone line tonight too for this, guys. So you know. Too much going on. Too many questions. So, all right. You're fine, Sarge. So welcome you. Vaccine won't act in unison like that unless the guy had mirror particles of the neurons and was able to manipulate their DNA like scientifically effective voodoo doodle. Okay. That's scientific for sure. 100%. 100% Paladin. Thank you. That's it right there. That's it right there in a shell, folks. We are not getting the whole story. That's the only thing that makes this make any sense, okay? Yeah, exactly, KP. Remember when the news used to deliver the goods? You asked hard questions. We got to spill the sauce here on YouTube. I know that. EB, I was going to talk about that towards the end of this. And I'm going to. There were some things going on in Delphi that I want to bring up at the end of this. So what I'm going to do at this point then is I'm going to go ahead and offer a link. Anybody that wants to join me up here to talk about this, let's do it. Come on. Let's do it. And then I'll open the phone lines after we get up here together. We talk about it a little bit. Here's the thing, Deborah. People aren't going to let this go. They can avoid this and ignore this all they want. The public will not let this go. You guys know how we are. It's just not gonna happen. They won't. All right, guys, just come on up. Join me up here. Anybody wants to talk about this? I want to hear your thoughts on this, your theories on this, your feelings on this, please. There's the link. Let's do it. He was a scientist, and the type of scientist he was a chemist. So interesting, right? Can you hear me, sir?
Hi, Dago.
What is happening, brother?
I'm just proud of the YouTubers for picking this story out because this happened, about 3 weeks ago?
And between January 8th and 9th. So yeah, honestly, I'll be honest with you. You know how I found out about it? I was hanging out talking to Clue and Cletus the other night, days ago, late in the evening, and she was like, "Did you see this story?" I said, I looked it up, and I'm like, "Well, shit," because there's no coverage. It's so small that So I started looking at it. I'm like, "This is insane."
Yeah.
And and that's why there's no MSM coverage on it. So if we don't put it out, nobody's going to know about it.
Right.
You know?
Well, now it's hitting like Fox. I see it now on their main page, and it may hit some of the other news outlets. But I remember it was right after the Kansas City San Diego Charger game, I believe, and that game was played out in California.
Yep.
And it started at their time, Pacific time, at 1. So in my time on the East Coast, it got through around 7:30 at night. And
Yeah.
so I went back. I even looked at see what the temperatures were that day, and I want to say the high was 40 something and the low was 20 something.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like 20 below zero or anything, but it was still like at nighttime cold enough where eventually, yeah, you're gonna freeze. What's up, Clue? And Cletus?
Hello.
I
So,
see
Yeah,
this one, Clue.
hi, Riddler.
What's up, Riddler?
Mama Bear says hi and good night to everybody. She can't be here. She got to get in bed. She got to work tomorrow. So, but she's here in the chat. So,
You said there's nothing nobody could say to you that would make this look okay.
well, you always do this to me too. Let me rephrase. I knew somebody was. I knew she was going to call me on something like that. All right. There's nothing anybody can tell me that's not going to make me look at this in a funny way. Let me just put it that way.
Okay, picture this. You've had guy friends, I'm sure, and you've been out drinking, right? Just the dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose they're all sitting there and they're talking about like, oh man, we should go to Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy hears them say that, and one of them's like, dude, I'm for real. Like, we can go and be back in like 2 days. It'll be good. And then the family is calling and he ain't answering because they're gone to Vegas.
Well, why are their cars still there then?
Maybe they took an Uber. If they're drinking, they can't drive to the airport.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. That the probability of that, it's very possible, yeah, but the odds, come on.
I mean, I'm just saying, you
Oh
said,
well, would you if you went to Vegas, would you take your cell phone and your wallet?
not if I wanted to hide and one of us at least had one card with some money on it. No.
Are you writing a script for a movie or what?
I don't know, but I mean, I feel like I've seen that before, like hangover.
Yeah, the Hangover, right.
Those guys would have done this. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I think they'd have at least taken their phones and wallets regardless. But I don't. That's a little out there. I mean, it's possible. You're right. It is very possible.
I don't think that's what happened, but I'm just saying I wanted to give you a situation where you have to go, well, maybe.
You're in yeah, I said that just like exactly what I said. But I don't know, within 24 hours, if they were missing, I think they'd have been looking for credit cards or something like phone tracking
That's the biggest thing to me. Like, this is twice now in the last 2 weeks or so that we have heard family members like waiting 3 days to talk to their person. Like, the minute you didn't come home from this guy's house, if I was like your fiance, your wife, whatever, I'm at his house. I'm not calling. I'm driving over there. You know what I mean?
Well,
right.
So that thing you had up on the screen a minute ago showed something than what I thought I'd heard, because it said Tuesday she went to the house. And the game, I'm assuming the game was on a Sunday, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So technically she didn't wait 3 days. It was one full day, right?
Even so.
I mean, I do get what you're saying, but it's not as drastic of a time difference as
you're right. But the thing is these phones are ringing, the messaging's going off. They're trying to reach somebody. And
Dago, was anybody else at the party, or was it just these 4 people?
There was another guy, I believe. I haven't seen nor heard nothing about him though. Nothing. He left. From my understanding, he left. So I'm hoping that they've talked to this guy and said, "Hey, what was going on when you were there? Are you okay? What happened? Blah blah blah." But there's nothing that's come out from him at all.
Well, another thing I thought was interesting is we were watching some interview with one of them's family. I think it was one of them's mom and brother and niece or something. And I
I'm going to bring that up.
Oh, okay, well then I'll save it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, though. I'm going to bring it up here in a minute. Go ahead.
What I thought was interesting was they were talking like the three guys that passed were pretty tight.
Yeah.
But the family had no idea who this other guy was.
Yeah.
Had never heard of him before. And I'm like, that's
weird. I do agree. And this other guy, thank you, Eric, said that other guy left at noon, or I'm sorry, at 12, and said that the guys were all right.
12 a.m.?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that game was the late game, wasn't it, Cletus?
Oh, I don't know.
I do believe it was the late game that night.
It was late for us on the East Coast. It was like the 4:30 game.
Oh, right.
It was January 7th, right? And when this took place.
Yeah, I think so. The last one left, Jackie says, welcome, Jackie, between 1:30 and midnight, or 11:30 and midnight, and said he left. The others were playing dice. Again.
Playing dice.
So there were more people than just the three that passed and the one that was renting the home?
Yeah, that picture I showed you shows the two guys whose faces were X'd out are Jordan and the other guy, and he left. He got home fine. He's safe. These three, they didn't make it.
So there were 5 people total at the house at one point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I got you. I wasn't aware of that. I got you.
Eddie said, did the 3 deceased bring any cash for betting? That's a good point. Good question. I don't know. They were playing dice, which anytime I played dice, there's money involved in the past. It's definitely a money game. And that's an interesting theory. I see where you guys are going. Good point.
Like they had to take something. I'm sorry. They had to. Like there's no way in the world that you're going to sit there and let yourself freeze to death. You know what I mean?
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I really do. Why didn't they go out the fence gate? They were not being held. I mean, that's a good point. Another good point. There's a gate on that fence. You can see it right there.
Right. And even if the guy locked you out of the house, I would knock on someone's door before I would die in the cold. You know what I mean? Like that's
right.
It's insanity. Like,
well, didn't one of the fiancés or girlfriends break into the house?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And went through like a basement or an alleyway, something, or I don't know.
The basement, the basement.
Yeah, in the house, and that's where she found one of them on the porch, and then the other 2 in the yard.
Yeah.
Or she found one on the porch, and then the police came and they found the other 2 on the.
Yeah, right outside the back door. There was one there on the back porch, and then when the cops got there, they found the other 2 in the back.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because why wouldn't you walk through the back gate first before you try to break in? You know what I mean?
And see, this guy took his dogs and carried them to his parents' house.
Unless the gate was locked with some kind of a padlock or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, these boys don't look necessarily small. I mean, I feel like most wooden privacy fences, if they were in dire need, they could have busted through that thing. So I don't know.
But so you're missing what I'm saying. If I'm the girl and I show up there.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Right? Like, why would I not try to go through the fence? And if you're saying like the lock would have had to be on the inside in that case, right? If I couldn't get in.
Yeah.
But there's no way that both can be true, right? So why would you not walk to the fence first before you broke in the basement?
Yeah.
And Throw Glitter said that one was found in a chair, like slumped over or sleeping. And I'm starting to wonder, were they trying to get away from something by going out of the house? You know what I mean? Were they trying to remove themselves from the house? First of all, they weren't leaving if they went out the back door into the backyard because their cars were in the front. So that's not like leaving to leave the house.
Yeah.
But
So were they?
I would never leave my. I can understand maybe keys, but I would never leave my wallet in the house.
My wallet would have never came out of my pocket. I don't understand that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would want to know what position the other two were found. Were they laying on the ground? Were they sitting in some chairs? What, you know?
Well, that's yeah, me too. One was in a chair, slumped over. I did hear that. That's all I know. Were they trying to get out? Did they go outside because they were going to be sick? Okay. Were they getting air because something was going on? I mean, this is in the middle of the night, mind you. So the one guy left it between 11:30 and 12 and said they were fine playing dice. So they went outside sometime after that, I'm guessing. What would make you go outside when it's cold in the middle of the night?
I mean, if you had to smoke, if you wanted to, like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you went out there to smoke,
take a leak,
go pee. But
Well,
I mean,
one of the three did not smoke cigarettes, do drugs, or drink. So the third guy wouldn't have had to go out there for that reason. Okay. Unless he just went outside to hang with them.
Like, I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but could it be a situation where he might take a little marijuana and don't want his
Maybe.
to know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it could make some sense. Or throw up. Maybe they needed air. But once they got outside, were they purposely locked out, or did it like automatic locking door? You know, something like that, maybe.
The problem with that, in my mind, is it's really hard to think of a scenario that would have ended them up outside and conscious that they could not have gotten out. Because, I mean, they're not small guys.
Yes. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. Keep going, Cletus. Sorry.
It just seems like they were. I mean, to me, it almost looks like they were incapacitated outside or inside and put outside. It almost has to be one of those two situations, right?
I agree. And especially if you saw one person, I could get like maybe seeing one person like pass out or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you're a good human at all, you're gonna wake that person up and be like, "Hey, bud, you might want to go inside. It's kind of cold." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all three of you just at the same time pass out together.
Yeah.
Like the odds of that happening are very slim in my opinion, but
I'd be curious too to know if they had planned to stay there that night. Because I mean,
that's I was thinking maybe because there was so much drinking, possibly. That could have been the plan.
Yeah, and I mean, considering that I thought this was like 3 days later or something that they were found, but it sounds like it was, on the second day.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Hey, Sarge, good to see you.
What's going on today? Go.
You see his merit badge he earned today?
I saw it. Yes, I see it.
I'm proud of my wings.
Mm-hmm.
And they worry about if cows don't fly. Worry about me flying because it's going to get messy.
Yeah. So just to give you guys a quick up again real quick for anybody that didn't catch it. All right. So this guy here, and this guy here are the three that are gone now, unfortunately. These two, is the home renter and the other person that was there that night. Just to re-clarify that with you guys. Welcome, Candy Girl. Good to see you tonight.
Have we got toxicology reports on any of these guys?
Nothing. No, not yet. It's going to take some time, and that's okay. They did the autopsy and the toxicology on it, but nothing has come back at this point yet.
Is Jordan that skinny one?
The one in the middle, I believe. Yeah.
And the homeowner found them?
No. That's the problem. No. The homeowner, well, he rents the home. He doesn't own it. But anyway, he was in there in the house the whole time. Didn't take any calls, text messages, anything from anybody looking for these guys. One of the friends, the best friend to the one guy, she comes to the house. She breaks in through a basement window, goes through the house, yelling for everybody, looking for everybody. this and that. Goes to the back door, finds one of the guys laying by the back door, deceased. Calls police. They show up, beat on the door. Now, mind you, before that, somebody else had gone to the house and knocked on the door too. No answer. So the police show up, knock on the door. The guy comes out in his boxer shorts with an empty wine glass. They go out through the house. They find, they bring this to his attention. Then they find the other two guys in the backyard deceased as well. So that's the problem I have with this. How did you not hear the beating on the door before that, or the woman in the house yelling for everybody before that, until the cops show up? Then you answer the door. Okay. What about checking if they had heart attacks and if they were given digoxin? I mean, I've thought about the digoxin thing. That does make some sense, and I'll show you guys real quick why. Good point. Who was it?
We essentially have 3 dead bodies and some story that could or could not be accurate, and no hard facts on anything other than 3 dead bodies.
That's absolutely it.
Okay.
Absolutely it. And the police looked at this and said they have no reason to see foul play.
Right. It seems to me like they, I said that earlier when we all talked, that you get severely drunk and you fall asleep outside, and hypothermia, and the death from hypothermia is it commonly takes place while you sleep. It's not
right. Digoxin is derived from the leaves of digitalis plant. The digoxin helps make the heartbeat stronger and with more regular rhythm. It's used basically to treat heart failure, okay, and it is used to treat atrial fibrillation, which is just like a heart rhythm where your heart rhythm is off, so on and so forth, okay? Why they would be given this, I don't know, okay? And it says here you should not use it if you have ventricular fibrillation, a heart rhythm disorder, or the ventricles or lower chambers of the heart that allow blood flow to the heart. Okay.
Why are we talking about this drug? It doesn't sound like it could have anything to do with anything.
Because somebody asked about it, and if it was purposely given, maybe for whatever reason,
that's just a crazy
one of those theories. That's all.
Yeah, that's like you're asking about questions in the Himalayas, and we're talking about the Sahara Desert.
Right. But
welcome, Natalie.
Now, their cell phones, they were inside also?
Yeah, the cell phones, the wallets, the keys, all of that. Now, somebody did say earlier that it was talked about that the keys were found on Jordan himself, but if he was in his boxer shorts, that's a good question. How?
Do we have a police report or anything that identifies this information that all of those items were actually in the house?
No, it's not a crime.
It's not listed as a crime, so there was no report taken in that sense.
So where are we getting the information? The cell phones, the wallets, and the keys were inside the house.
Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can find this. And by the way, the guy was a chemist. That was his job.
I think it's all coming from the family
and friends and stuff like that. Hold on a minute here. Let me find that other thing. And yeah, anybody that wants to call in, you can call in now. Phone lines are open.
The phone line, they open.
Let me throw the number up for you guys. Is on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Sorry. So let me back this up now and find.
Yeah, see the separation of the victims and these personal belongings, okay, is obviously, if that's accurate, how that wouldn't trigger a police investigation is beyond me. So again, I would wonder how accurate that information is. It needs to be verified, in other words. Right?
I do agree, and I'm working on that stuff.
What do you think, Clue?
I mean, to me, there's no other way in my mind. Like, is it possible that they passed out and froze to death? Sure. But I feel like it takes a serious, like, y'all all had to be pissed drunk. Like, I'm talking about bad. Like, I have been there before, but I ain't never been there enough to lay down in the snow. You know what I mean?
The closest I've seen to something like this is when I was in the service. These Marines.
Thanks for serving.
Oh, thank you. Thank everybody for supporting the military.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
But the guys, these Marines made a moonshine still, and they all passed away from some kind of bacteria poisoning from going through there. That's the closest thing I could see to something like this. Something.
Now,
what caused them all to pass out?
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. Like Clue said, they would have had to have been like really, 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 really drunk. But the cold, being as cold as it gets, your body is gonna kind of pull you out of that in a sense.
Right.
Okay. It's gonna wake you up. Okay. It's gonna. I've never seen anybody so
I don't agree with that.
absolutely drunk that they could sleep through that or pass out, stay passed out.
I don't know if I agree with that. Hypothermia is a comforting death.
I mean, that's true too. He's right. He's right. It's very,
very, very comforting death that puts you down and allows you to fall asleep as your body starts to try to protect its organs. It stops protecting your limbs. Your limbs lose musculature, movement, and energy. Yeah. Your body tries to survive through the core and the brain, and the core will start to systematically shut down to protect the brain. And through all of this, you will remain asleep and pleasant, especially in the cold. That's how you die in the cold. It's a process, right? And if something causes you to pass out, a severe intoxication level, as Riddler's pointing out, then this event could happen exactly that way without it being a conspiracy at all or any kind of insanity. The guy could be completely innocent.
In order for that to happen, Sarge, you would think common sense wise, they would all have to go at the same time. Because if you saw your friend sleeping, obviously passed out drunk, you're not going to go wake him up and be like, get your idiot self inside.
If you're sober enough, if you're all inebriated to the extent that drunkenness causes you to be falling down drunk, then no, you're not going to have that kind of alert level. You're just going to like look at Cletus laying over there in the bucket, and you go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need the tox results, or at the very least, the autopsy results.
Well, that's why I'm saying, the odds of 3 people getting that drunk at the same time. You know what I mean? Especially when you're saying that one of them didn't drink.
Yeah, right.
It's not going to happen.
Why didn't he drink? Was he a recovering person?
Well, he just may not have been a drinker. That's all.
Some people. I'm just asking though. That's an unusual thing to hear that one of the 3 didn't drink, and that usually indicates recovery.
I mean, it could, but like some people just, I have a couple friends that never drank alcohol in their lives. They never just didn't like it. So,
but isn't that rare?
No.
It is rare. It is rare. No, he's right. There's a lot of people that have at least tried it, and they're once or twice either didn't like it or drank too much of it and ended up in recovery or something like that. But it's very possible.
Before I started YouTube, we drank like twice a year.
Yeah, and then also there's some people whose religions don't allow for it too. You know what I mean?
See,
you've got roughly 300 people in here, and I bet you less than 5% of them have never drank.
Well, look, these people are saying right now, I don't drink, never really have. I don't drink.
1, 2, they drank. No sign. Yeah, there's going to be a couple, but it's not going to be out of 300.
Out of 5 people, there's your couple. There's your one. I mean, that's
the guy that lived in the house answered the door with a wine glass, so he's a drinker. Okay, so
and it's possible they took a drug that just incapacitated them, and out they went.
I don't drink.
Why did they go outside together though, all at one time?
Were they found in different locations or all in the same spot?
One was by the back door. The rest were out in the backyard area.
All right, so they were 3 separate locations.
You see, I don't drink. I'm not a recovery because I never been an alcoholic.
I used to drink 5 years ago. I quit. Just it wasn't because I had to. I just chose to because I was sick of it.
I'll drink it for religious reasons, like a communion. I'll do that, or a special kind of a toasting. But I don't drink beer or whiskey or wine or any of those type things. Bourbon, I don't drink.
I was I mean, I guess I was close at one point to being what you could consider an alcoholic because I did drink a lot, but I just got tired of the hangovers and I quit on my own cold turkey one day. I never went. I think I went back one other time, had a couple other drinks for a holiday, and I'm completely done with it. So
We're
that was
we're
it.
kind of in the same place we were with that young woman Donna Eyes. Right, this case is kind of in the same place.
Well,
it's kind of dragging like that, and that we've got just enough information to know nothing.
And that's the biggest question is what caused them to, well, first of all, let me ask this question. So if the fourth guy that was there left, okay, and he was fine, he said that they were all okay when he left. They were playing dice, right? What provoked three of these guys to get up and walk outside by themselves and be locked outside? Why did the other guy not let them back in? Did he pass out and they couldn't get back in? Did he lock them out?
Could have been an argument over the gambling.
I mean, was the door locked?
And he threw him out. Get the fuck out of my house.
She had to break in. None of the doors were open. So
so hold on. Here's where I go with that. I assume, I don't know why I assume this, but I assume she didn't try the back door because how could she do that without walking over a body?
Yeah.
Sure, Eddie. That's fine. I appreciate that, bud.
She kicked the basement window in before she went and checked the back door. That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's what I said. That's stupid. Like what?
Well,
if she couldn't get in the backyard though because of that fence, how did she get in?
Well, then
you know what I mean. That's why she had to break in.
By that, we can't. Then we have to assume that we can assume that the back door was locked because they didn't go in the back.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We don't even know if the back door was locked.
Yeah, how do we know it was locked?
Well, why else would they not get back in the house?
Oh, okay, so it's a what if? No. Because again, if this is a result of a drug or alcohol situation, then they never tried to get back in the house.
That's actually, I was just getting ready to say, is that a possibility? Sure.
Were they wearing jackets? Were they dressed to be outside? Does anybody know what their outerwear consisted of?
That I don't know. Not at this point.
There's another unknown, right?
How close are neighbors to them?
Oh, it's like right next door. It's a small.
I'm gonna pull it up on. I'm gonna pull the house up.
They share a common wife. They're so close, Riddler.
I'm gonna pull the house up for you guys on the map thing here in a second.
So Fallon said she couldn't get in the back. So obviously the gate was locked. I'm assuming from the inside.
That's what I thought too. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Let me pull this up for you guys and show you on the map what it looks like.
And I gotta ask the obvious question, but none of these guys were living in that big ass house with this guy. So none of them were his roommates or anything like that.
No. Not that we know of. Not that they've stated. No, because everybody was wondering why they didn't come home.
Okay.
Maybe there was a carbon monoxide poisoning issue, and this guy's just built up an immunity because he's been in that house long enough to do that.
No, because eventually that would affect him. You can't build up a complete total.
No, but you could take more than someone that's never been exposed to it. No, right? I mean, we have to reach for the stars because you guys are all DG famous, or DJ famous. Where are our sound effects? If we ever needed a sound effect, I think now would be the time.
It would have been. I don't know.
You're slipping there.
All right, so here we go. This is where the house sorry. All right, so let me get this pulled up for you guys here.
All right. Yeah, you got to hit go to the center left of the page and hit that image, the color image there. Drop the mouse over the other way, There you go. Right down there. Hit that image with the trees in it. It'll show the real house.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Down, all the way down, right there. Yep.
Right here?
Yes, sir. Now zoom in on the house, you get an area.
There we go. Sorry about that. I'm not very good with the map thing. My apologies, folks. But here's the
street. That's a street view.
Yep, wrong way. Hold on.
There's the fence.
Okay, so if they thought they were in trouble, they could have went to a neighbor's house and knocked on the door.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Either side. They could have went to the fence and yelled or screamed, or I'm trying to get up next to this fence is what I'm trying to do. It's probably not going to let me.
You got to scroll with your mouse. Zoom in with your
Zoom
mouse.
in.
Use your scroll button.
Hold on. There we go. Jeez, I'm so slow. Okay, so right here. That looks like
two
the
gates
gate.
there. Both of those gates were locked.
I mean, it looks like maybe from the inside there's a lock on the inside so that nobody can open it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so that would explain why the young woman kicked in the basement window.
Right.
How about the other side of the house? Is there a gate between that and the other property? Looks like a.
Oh shit!
Oh, there you go.
Where'd it go?
Well, yeah, now you're going too far.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, guys.
You're way down the street.
I'm very good with this stuff, folks.
You don't go around the block. We'll all get dizzy.
What the hell?
Never go for a ride with Dago, people.
I'm not that good with map stuff, folks. My apologies. I'm trying.
I'm just playing with you.
Do this again.
Hey, that right there might give us a view of the backyard, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the aerial view, you should be able to zoom right in from the aerial view and decipher whether there's a fence between those two houses there.
Well, I'm trying to get to this side over here, but
what's the address? Because you're making me dizzy.
5208 Northwest 83 Terrace. Wow, you guys are just unforgiving. Jeez.
5208 Northwest what?
Good. 5208 Northwest 83 Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I just don't have my map skills. That's all.
It's all right. There you go. I'm with you.
You're creating trouble. Okay, you're supposed to create content. There is a fence that spans the properties on the other side between the two of them. Same stockade fence. Yep, clearly. I can go to. I use this for work, folks. That's why I'm so good. These maps are like nothing to me. I use actually Google Earth because Google Earth generally gives you better lighting, and oftentimes provides you images when the trees in the Northeast, when the trees are bare of leaves, and it gives you a very, very good image of the property.
Jessica, congrats and welcome. Good to see you, Fallon. Thank you for joining us. So I heard none of them had car keys or phones. Hit tub out. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Fallon. Thank you. Well, okay. Well, then let's talk about that. Why was the U-Haul at the house the next day? I mean, that's another question I have. Why? Where are you going already, bro? You know, that's weird to me too.
Did he already have plans to move? He was leaving, or?
I mean, it's possible, but it wasn't talked about. Okay, so there's the garage.
Okay. Was that why those three people came over? They were going to spend the night, help move in the morning?
Maybe. Thank you very much for that, Brian. I appreciate that. Brian Hoffman gifted a True Crime membership. I can't see who it was, but thank you, Brian. I appreciate you very much. Did this guy live in this house by himself? This is a big ass house for one guy. You know what I mean?
That's why I was asking about were any of those guys roommates, right? Because it seems like it's not impossible or probably even uncommon, but it's just a fair question because it does look like a house that you would expect more than one person to be in.
Well, somebody in the chat said he had money, but I was like, in my mind, I'm sitting here going, it kind of makes you wonder though why he was renting instead of owning a home.
Well, if he was, well, that's a good point. He's a chemist. Okay, that's what his job was. So of course he makes money, I'm sure. Did he come here for like a temporary job? But if that's the case, how do you know these guys so well? You know what I mean?
You just come there for a temporary job and your dad's down the street. I don't know.
With your dogs. Why did his dad have the dogs? He's got a fenced in backyard.
What kind of jobs? What kind of jobs did the three deceased? What kind of jobs do they have?
That I don't know. I didn't look into it like that yet.
Well, I'm just trying to wonder if they met him through that. You know, they deliver stuff to him.
Yeah.
Did they tell you where the basement, what side of the house the basement window was on that she kicked in?
That's what I'm too, because I don't
see it. You can see it in the picture on the news. You can see where the screen was pulled off. I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
because the driveway side doesn't appear to have a basement window that you could kick in.
Right in the
garage doors. On the driveway side, there's a double garage and a chimney.
Yeah, but that screen didn't come off of no basement door. It was too
basement
big.
window.
It's too big.
I like to see it. I don't see it yet.
No, I'm gonna pull it up here. Hold on a second. I'll show you the front of the house. You can see the screen sitting off to the side. The only one there like that, and it looks like she pulled the screen off, popped the window open, and went in that way.
And the backyard is not that significant of a yard compared to the house. It is tree covered. And this image that I have doesn't show it with bare trees. So
all right, so here, I'll give you guys this real quick before we go to that too. It's another good timeline thing going on here. So Sunday, January 7th, the three men went to the friend's home to watch the games. Tuesday, January 9th, the victim's fiance discovers one body on the porch of the friend's home. 2 days later, Wednesday, January 10th, police announced no sign of foul play. Friend is not a suspect. That's the timeline. That's kind of crazy to me, but okay. All right, let's see the house now so I can show you the screen, and then I'll play the rest of this right there. Okay, see the screen sitting there?
yeah, it's not a basement window. That's a common room. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's a common room window, not basement.
Right. Thank you. It's too big.
That's not a screen. Okay, my apologies. I just said.
Well, a basement window is a single sash. It's not a double hung window with grids in it. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I wasn't hollering, Dingo. Jeez.
Jeez.
Nothing. Well, I'm gonna play this for you guys real quick. Hold on.
Don't you judge me.
Too late.
That needs to be a sound effect, by the way, Clue.
After three men were found dead outside of a Kansas City home last week, David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGeeney reportedly went to a friend's house, all got together. These buddies got together to watch the Chiefs game, and they never made it home. That was on Sunday, January 7th. And 2 days later, after no luck with getting hold of the man who hosted the gathering, the fiance of one of those men broke into that house and found one of the bodies on the back porch. Police found two more in the backyard. The homeowner was reportedly at the house and spoke with police. He was not arrested, not been named a suspect. By the next day, police ruled out any foul play, affirming that this is a death investigation and not a homicide case. But they have not revealed what led them to that very conclusion. And joining us now, we want to bring in Natalie Kay. She was friends with David, Ricky, and Clayton. Natalie, words are failing me here. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you.
What has the last week been like for you after learning the news, and how are you holding up? I know you're close with these three.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I feel like it's, obviously it's three people, so this is a huge loss. A lot of family and friends have a lot of questions that unfortunately haven't been answered yet. And I think at this point, most of us are really just hoping to be able to get some of those answers and understand some of the inconsistencies and what happened here so that we can, have peace and understand what happened.
Yeah. And I think for all of us following this story, whether you knew them or you're like me, you're following this story from afar, something doesn't add up here. I mean, three guys don't just get together and freeze to death while they're watching a Chiefs game, which is what the guy who lives at that home told police. What's your gut check telling you, Natalie?
I think it's important to note that these men were all friends. And so I think initially, no one wanted to speculate that anything intentional or malicious had happened. I think that's fair to the fourth party to state. But I think at some point something went terribly wrong. And, unfortunately, there was a party here that was alive and well. And I think that there was a lack of regard, maybe out of fear of consequence, out of fear that it might implicate him. I think that to make a blanket statement that these men froze to death is unfair.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's the case, to be very honest. I mean, I'm not the scientist here, but I feel to imply that three adult men with access to a home and access to their vehicles would, all simultaneously freeze to death in 39-degree weather at the same time is highly unlikely.
Yeah. What more can you, when you say this fourth party, I believe you're talking about the guy who lives at the home who told police that his friends froze to death. Can you share any more insight about their relationship, how they knew one another? And also, have you been given any more details as to how he didn't know these bodies were in the backyard, or why he didn't report that they were in the backyard for days on end?
I actually did not know this man personally. Was friends with all of the boys, but I only know of him. I've heard he's a very intelligent man. I've heard he is by no means stupid. He's a scientist, you know. I know that they had all been friends for some years, and you know, I think the big questions everybody has are, you know, the inconsistencies in the story. How can you be in your home for 2 days and not know that, you know, all of these people who they were adults, they were responsible for themselves, but at some point Tuesday, he was made aware early in the day, messages that he did read, that, you know, at least 2 of these men didn't make it home. So at that point, you have to ask the question, you know, would you not get up and look outside to see if their cars are there, you know, make your way through the house, reach out to any of these friends that were looking for them? And unfortunately, he didn't do that.
Yeah, something just feels off about this whole story. And
thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Okay, I just wanted you guys to see that interview. I'm going to play that other thing again, and I kind of almost feel like what Paladin said. It matches up with. I feel the same thing. Sounds like if they froze it, it may have been after their deaths, and they'll be able to tell that with the autopsy. And if that's the case, that there's definitely something wrong there. Okay.
Well, they were there on a Sunday, and by Tuesday, he supposedly text messages were sent to his phone. Isn't that what she just said?
Yeah. But no, they were sending text messages before that. I think it was
to the deceased or to that gentleman specifically?
The deceased.
Okay.
And then him too, I think. Wasn't it?
And the guy, because they were saying that he was reading the messages.
Right. They were being like, you know how you can tell if somebody looks at a message when you send it to their phone?
Right.
That's what was happening. Okay.
But she did say that happened on Tuesday. That they know he read the messages on Tuesday morning.
Eddie, can you send that to my email, friend?
That means that there was a Sunday football game. So Sunday night, Monday, and Tuesday, he only became aware on Tuesday. I don't know why the first thing you would do is go look in your fucking backyard.
No, I agree with that. And guess what? Here's another thing. He might have thought they were out cheating.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but you know, bros before, you know what I mean?
I get it.
He's going to cover for them. You know what I mean? He may be ignoring them because he's like, I mean, I don't know where they went.
I mean,
okay, I want to ask a question. Did he have to go to work on the 8th and the 9th? That'd have been a Monday and a Tuesday.
Well, it was Martin Luther King Day.
Well, Martin Luther King is on the 15th. This happened on the 7th, so he's off from 8th is Monday, and then the 9th is Tuesday when they find them. The police come over, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dago, I want to just say to Dago, you're welcome.
For what?
For what?
I had the sense to put something in private chat, and I just blurted out across the stream.
I know. I think that too.
And he might have took off the whole week because it looks like he's getting ready to move out of there.
And that's kind of what I was getting ready to say, but maybe it was because he was moving. Maybe this was the last hurrah.
Maybe there were tunnels around there.
Oh, shut up.
My God.
So I mean, I hate to play devil's advocate here, but now that I understand the timeline a little better, it's not as out there and off to me. I mean, I really don't. I think there is a real distinct possibility that they were that drunk, that they could have been that drunk, or they could have taken something. But knowing for him to not, so they were drunk or having a party or whatever Sunday night, and we know that the guy that left said it was like 11:30 or 12, somewhere in there. He left and they were shooting dice. I mean, it's completely possible that he didn't even get up out of bed other than to use the bathroom until Tuesday morning. It depending on how hammered he was.
Thanks, Eddie.
So
very possible. Very possible.
It could be just a completely innocent situation.
I mean, we don't like. How often do we look outside the front yard?
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, there.
Maybe I don't know. I guess everybody's different. And you're going to see it by the way that you act on a daily basis, I guess, too.
Based on all the chaos at Clue's house, there's probably people looking in their windows. They have no idea because they don't look out them themselves.
Well, we don't we don't never look, and we don't never hardly go in the damn driveway.
Well, this beats a 8-hour 911 call now. We got a new champion.
And you know what, guys? They're right. It could be. Okay, one of the guys was a subcontractor for a small construction company listed, he said.
Okay.
It could just be that it was just a stupid mistake. And the guy passed out inside, and they go outside for a few minutes, maybe they went outside just to pee, guys do that together.
Can I say something? Listen, folks, you've had people to your house, you've been at parties. Going outside and seeing two cars don't mean they're still there. It just means they must have gone with someone. Someone came and picked them up.
Right.
Yeah, maybe for that first day, but the 2 days after that?
No, yes, absolutely. They're not contacting you. You're not contacting them. You don't know what the fuck these guys are doing. So what if their cars are in your driveway? That doesn't mean you go out in your backyard and look.
Well, what about the phones and shit and the wallets in the house?
We don't know that that's true.
Well, and
wait for that to be verified.
We don't know that he was coherent on Monday, and we know that Tuesday morning at some point he was reading messages. We don't know how long of a period of time it was between that and when the fiance showed up breaking the window and stuff.
I just want to give an example, folks. What I try to do is take the available facts and paint a picture that fits them, whether it's right or wrong. If it makes sense, then that's cool. And wait for more information to add to it or to completely change the idea that you come up with. But to immediately assume,
hey, Tommy, Willie,
play against everybody, it just doesn't help. I mean, you could conceive 1,000 ways a man could die outside and 1,000 ways someone put him out there. But until you got evidence to confirm one way or the other, if you take just what we know, it in our own lives, I've had people leave parties and leave their car at my house. I remember one time we actually hooked a chain to a buddy's truck and dragged it out on the road while it was still stuck in park because we had to get out. Where'd he go? We don't know.
It wasn't that cold during the day. That I agree with. Or in the early evening. But at nighttime, I think the temperature dropped down to 20, something like that. So that would be, it had to have happened the first night. Otherwise, if it didn't, they were obviously would have woke up at some point and would have been screaming, yelling, kicking on the door, trying to get back in, I would think. So, they're not
there. They were locked out. Did she say that back door was locked? And
well, that's the thing. We don't know. I'm going to play this back.
That door was locked because that was a sliding door from my aerial view that I saw. That wasn't a swinging door.
I'm gonna play this back, and I'm gonna show you guys some pictures of the interior of the house real quick. So, welcome, B Slims. Everybody wanted to see what the attorney's interview again, so I'm gonna show you guys this one more time because there's some things that he said that everybody didn't pick up on. So here we go. Okay.
Treating this as a homicide investigation. Joining us now is John Paserno, the attorney for the homeowner. Thanks a lot for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so a lot of people, particularly family members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say anything different than what he's told police previously, that he has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
Let me read you. This is from one of his friends, from one of the friends of the one of the people who died, who said on Facebook, "The man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on the door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in his hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this." Your response?
Sure. Even if all of those things.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a basement because I'm looking at this house at this moment thinking, does this even have a basement? Maybe that's broke a window, meaning this here possibly. She took the screen off, broke that window, and went in that way because I don't see as we started talking about that, this looks like it could be like on a slab, possibly. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what's fact, folks. I'm just saying
That's a common room. Those two front-facing windows on both sides of the house would be a dining room, a living room, a family
den
room,
or something like that. Yeah, I don't see any basement windows all the way around this. Now that I think about it, I was just thinking about that. So maybe that, or that could just be the garage. Some garages have windows in them. I don't know, because the doors are right there. The garage doors are right here.
They're off to the they're over to the other on the far side of the house.
Right. So, and this house could be on a slab, folks. There may not even be a basement. That's what I was just saying, Leslie. I just looked at that.
Generally, garages are approximately 24 feet deep.
So that could be the window she broke into. Okay, because you see the screen's off. It's the only one around, and she might have just popped that window, went in, and bing, bang, boom. You know what I mean? I don't know, but I don't know where the basement thing even came from. I did not yell at anybody, so you know. But anyway, let me go ahead with this real quick.
You can yell at me if you want.
That doesn't mean it had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time. And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to indicate that Jordan had any involvement whatsoever in their deaths. I spoke with the prosecutor this morning, as a matter of fact. The toxicology reports are due in a couple of weeks, and we can all speculate as to how they died. But as far as my client being involved, Jordan didn't have anything to do with their deaths. When they left his home after the game, he didn't even really know which door they went out.
Okay. When they left his home after the game. So he's claiming, in a sense, by saying that they left.
Well, by law, they didn't leave his property, right? They didn't leave his residence. They left. They may have went out of the structure, but they were still at his house.
Well, that's another thing. He might have got tired, and they might have continued hanging out
They
back.
weren't ready to go home, or maybe they were trying to sober up a little bit before they left. Okay,
that's true.
And maybe they were so buzzed up that, like you said, they sat down and trying to sober up. They fell asleep, passed out, and bing bang. That's it. I mean, they froze to death. It sounds unrealistic, but I mean, it's possible.
Dago, do we know if this guy had dogs?
He did, but according to him, the dogs were over at his father's house.
Okay.
Which could have been because
they're mis-ID'd as basement. Those are garage windows.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Those are garage windows. I had to look at that twice when I went back. I'm glad that I did, though. But we're gonna go inside the house here after this. So, and that's a good point, Tommy. Again, thanks for being here, bud. Where'd that comment go? I was just gonna throw that up. Hold on a second. They probably died at herpa. Yeah, that was cute. Hypothermia, not freezing to D, but passed out drunk, and hypothermia set in because no one helped him into the house. I don't know. Well, if the guy went to bed thinking they left, he had no idea. You know what I mean? And if they sat down and said, hey, we're going to hang out here for a few till we can sober up enough to drive home. You know what I mean? That's a good point, Tommy, too. That they, like you said earlier, Sarge, hypothermia is a very warming or a very comfortable scenario. You just don't, you kind of go numb here or there, and then whoosh, you're done.
You fall asleep and you're gone.
Yeah, it could just be a fluke, Tommy. That's right.
Yeah, but if they were
straight out,
why are there keys and stuff inside?
Well, maybe they weren't clear. You know what I'm saying? In the head, and they just weren't thinking straight. And
that garage, so goes from the front door all the way to the driveway. You could see the exit door from the garage that goes out into the front porch. So that whole lower brick area is a garage.
That's why I want to show the inside so you guys can see the layout. And thank you for that, Eddie.
Yeah.
Let me finish this up here for you guys.
They were in the backyard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front. And so he had no knowledge that they were out there until, Tuesday when he was told that they were out there.
And what of the claims from the families that they were trying to contact him and he wouldn't respond and they were going to the house, etc.?
Sure. I don't know about whether or not they went to the house or tried to contact him, but he was home sporadically. I know another allegation I've seen floating out there is that he would have had to put the dogs out, that the dogs would have went in the backyard, and that's untrue as well. The dogs stay at his dad's house, which his dad lives in a different location, and that's where the dogs were. He had no reason to go in the backyard. As you can see there, we've had recent snowstorms and that kind of thing. So he had absolutely no knowledge that they were out there. They were his friends. They were at his house socializing. If he had found them out there or if they were in danger, he would have called the police and tried to help them. He's a highly educated guy. He's a good guy. He has a full-time job. In no way would he try to harm his buddies.
And to be really clear, he didn't know that there were 3 dead, frozen friends outside his house.
Correct. No idea. I mean, if you didn't look in your backyard, how would you know that?
All right. John Paserno, thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Let's get back with the panel. Geraldo.
Not Geraldo Rivera. What the fuck? That guy ain't dead yet? Sorry.
Dago,
Yes, sir.
well, that answered my question about the dogs.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no,
Were
no,
there
no.
cars in the driveway? Do we even know that those 3 guys had 1, 2, 3 cars? Do they know if they were parked in a way that he couldn't get out?
They were, no, well, they wouldn't have been. They would have been, from my understanding, they were on the street.
Okay.
well let me ask, are the houses next door to them 2-story houses? Could they look down on Monday and see bodies just laying in the yard?
Well, the one next door to the left looks like it's kind of like the same type of house. We can look at them here in a minute.
We don't know if their phones and wallets were still in that house.
That we don't know that that's a fact at this point.
Right.
It's just, rumors, I guess you could say. All right.
And
So,
those guys told us he came in and out of the property, that he wasn't unconscious for 2 days.
well, yeah, he was home sporadically, like I said.
Right.
So, you'd have seen the cars on the road and maybe he didn't even see. If he went in and out of that house, maybe down through the garage or something, didn't see if they left their stuff in the house, didn't see it, maybe. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know.
If he left that house and their cars were parked in the driveway, he didn't leave that house in his vehicle, because the odds of him coming in behind them are slim to none, right?
They just said
Well,
that the street.
Yeah, they said that they were in the street, parked in the street. So,
Good Lord, 50 photos of that house. Is that what that says?
And then also, like a lot of people keep saying the phones were there and ringing. We don't know that that's true. I mean, there's no evidence to say that the victim's phones, keys, and wallets were in that home. There just isn't. So if that comes to be a fact, then that is something to be considered. But to throw it out there as a fact and say the guy would have heard their phones ringing or whatever, there's no evidence to support that point.
yeah. Well, see, this here is the window. I'm going to guess that she went through. And again, yes, that's the garage. There it is. So
Goes all the way to the front porch. That whole bottom brick level is a garage.
right here. Yeah, all of that. Okay, so let's go through here and see. That's the front door, of course. It's a nice house, by the way. Very nice house. Front entrance, foyer, whatever you want to call
And
it.
on the right of that entrance, next to that white window, is another door that would lead you right into the garage directly from the porch. You know how everybody's garage has got a normal
the man door. Right.
Yeah. You have garage doors, and then well, you just took off the photo I was pointing to, but yeah.
Gotcha.
If you, instead of walking straight into the front door, if you made a right, you could actually open up a door and go
right over here. Yeah, right there.
Right in that corner there. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, it makes you wonder if she even got in the house through the garage, right? Most people lock that door.
No.
Well, she could have went through that garage and came right through this door right here.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, most people lock the door to their garage, even though the garage shuts, right?
Yeah.
I didn't when I had the.
I mean, I don't know if your garage is locked and your front door's locked. I don't know if I'd lock it.
I never did.
But he also he came back and forth through that door to get to and from his vehicle if he left a couple of times too. So I don't maybe well no, that didn't make sense. Anyway, let's check the house out real quick.
What did Eddie's post say? What's Eddie's name out here?
Eddie said, where is Eddie? He was here.
Is his name listed up here as Eddie?
No, it's One Maiden Nut. I don't see him now. He was saying he was in here. So
He
anyway,
was,
let me.
he was made by one nut.
No, one made in. Shut up, Sarge.
Cletus.
Front door, foyer.
He's
Upstairs.
trying
Go
not to
upstairs.
laugh.
There's the kitchen, and this is like probably like a living room, and then there's the dining room back there. Let's see. Okay. It's a nice house. It really is. I like the stairwell. That's probably a closet there. All right. That looks like maybe the sitting room, family room, den, whatever you want to call it, living room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the front living room, I'm guessing. There's the dining room. Okay.
Now, also, some garages on houses like that, there is also an access bathroom. There is also basement stairs that may not be accessible from the main living room, but you go out into the garage to get into your basement. That's not uncommon.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that this may be the room they were in because this leads out to the backyard for one. And it looks like, that kind of a hangout room, in my opinion.
Are you sure that's the back of the house?
It looks like it.
That isn't. There's the fireplace. Look at the. Yeah,
There's
yeah,
the
yeah.
back-
Okay, yeah, yeah. The fireplace would indicate.
back porch there. So let's see here.
I thought I saw a slider back there.
What?
Let's see. A slider.
I thought I saw sliding glass doors in the back to go outside.
Maybe right here.
I don't know, but that's what I thought I saw from my aerial inspection.
Let's see.
But then I was thinking, you know what good that does us? Forget it.
Don't hurt yourself. Nice kitchen.
Dago was mean to me. I'm going to start a stream.
I want that fridge. Damn. It's a nice fridge.
Damn.
That's a KitchenAid fridge.
Yeah, that's a nice kitchen, period. I like that.
Oh, no, it's not. It looks like a Bosch.
It's not a KitchenAid, because if it was a KitchenAid, it would have helped.
That's my dream.
Oh my God, Sarge, you are on tonight.
I'm on.
Is that not the same fridge we have?
I don't know.
I have the baby version of that.
I have just a double LG, and I can't stand the freezer. I like the upright, the side by side for the fridge, but
Look at that little sunroom. That's cute.
we're not house shopping. We're crime sleuthing.
Hey, Dago started it. He pointed out the house is nice. So now I'm looking.
Oh, nice washer and dryer. No sign of activity in that bedroom. That dude was lonely.
I like the bathroom too.
When was if you go down on Redfin and look at the sale date, I'm curious when the house was last sold.
21.
Yeah.
21.
Oh, and then the
2 of 21.
the owner was slated to live in Detroit or Denver, I think it is.
Yeah, there's a
That
basement
might
below
say
the
Colorado. So
Yeah, Denver. Sorry about that.
There is a basement on that house that's being indicated by Christy.
Okay.
In the chat room.
There it is.
What was that room? A
There
photography
you go.
room?
That's the basement.
It looks like it might just be like an office, maybe a homemade office. 'Cause there's a laptop, little desk type thing, and a chair. I'm gonna guess like an office.
Where's the mount? Oh, it's a laptop. The mount. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I can see it. Yeah.
There's your basement. Okay, so there is a basement. I like the stairs too. That's nifty.
Where
What'd you say, bud?
Where's that door? Is that a door to the right?
Yeah.
Right here, that's a bathroom. That's a shower stall right there. So there's a
Okay.
basement bathroom. It's not as finished as I thought it would be, but okay.
He didn't entertain down there. That's more of a storage area. You could see just the
Right.
way yeah.
Well, then where
it could be?
where
It could
is
have been used.
What's that, Cletus?
The story we heard was that the fiance went through the basement and found
There's a window.
somebody at the back door. So I'm trying to figure out.
There's
how
a basement
she
window if she actually went in the basement, but I see that screen off by the garage, and I thought because they didn't say on that interview that she went through the basement. I didn't hear that, so I was.
I read that. I read that somewhere.
That's what I.
Okay. Okay.
You have to orient that picture so we can understand where the front of the house would be.
Well, this
So that
right here.
where that basement window is it in the back of the house or is it on the far side? Between the opposite house of the driveway.
It's gonna have to be on
be in the
either
back.
side or in the back one because there's no front
Can't be
windows.
in the
on
back,
front.
so she couldn't get through the fence.
It's going to be in the back because the grade goes uphill
Yeah.
away from the garage. So that's going to be right underneath the fireplaces or on
see if I can
that
find
same
another one.
corner.
No, it's not in the back. If it's around the corner for that, no.
Could it not
There's
be on
the
the other
backyard.
side of the house that we can't see?
Yeah, probably.
You know what I'm
Which
talking
means,
about
like,
when he was on the street that he
Yeah.
couldn't
Right,
get.
the left side. Yeah, the left side of the house.
I looked on the left side. I didn't notice any basement window there.
Okay. Well,
I
this
think
is
all the
back.
basement windows face the back. Look at the one on this side above the patio.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a door with a dog entry and exit?
That's a back door with a doggy door. This looks
Right.
like it might be that room we just saw, like the rec room, maybe. That
Right.
window there, and then another one, and then this is the backyard.
It's
That's
a
what I was
generator.
So they
Generator.
found one of the yeah, they found one of them back here somewhere, and then out here, I'm guessing somewhere out here. I'd like to know where.
Go one more photo down, Dago.
Back.
No, down. I see in the slideshow. The next photo, I think, gives you a little better view of the back of the house.
Oh, there we go.
Click it.
Click this one.
Yeah.
It's not doing nothing.
Oh, okay.
There we
Sorry.
go.
Well, it shows his patio and it shows the backyard. It's a winter shot, so it's not all hidden by foliage.
No, it's a pretty good sized
Go
backyard.
click forward, see if there's more of that backyard from a distance. The next photo, click it. Yeah.
There's a tree there.
There's an umbrella.
Fence goes
Right.
around.
And the next one's going to show a better full view from standing back, I think.
There you are.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see.
So there's the back door there, and there's your slider. Is that your slider right there, Sarge?
I thought I saw a slider in the middle of the main structure, but that may in fact just be a set of windows. But
I could
it's
I
hard-
could
it's hard to
swear
tell.
I saw one on that. I don't know how many pictures back it was, but almost like you could walk out, like maybe in that sunroom or something.
Well, that would be right here. So this is probably the kitchen. This looks like that back door, and this is the room in the back there with two windows. I don't see sliders though. It did look like it to me too, though.
So keep going
Forward.
back.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay.
Oops, sorry. Right there.
No.
Oops, wait a
No.
minute.
Where are you getting the photos?
Right there. Hold right there.
That right there looks like it comes off the kitchen. I'm thinking
Okay, hang on.
Oh.
that
yeah.
definitely looks like a slider.
Yeah, I'm looking at Redfin. What are you looking at?
Redfin.
That's not a sliding door.
There's no sliding
No.
door in the back of that house. There's an angled
Oh.
picture number.
Yeah, it's a window.
Picture
Okay.
number 53. Picture number 53 out of 55 on Redfin.
Okay, hold on.
Shows two rear, they're sizable casement windows with a there's a window across the top. I forget the name of those.
Right here.
Yeah, number 53.
That's this one.
Yep, there you go. And I can zoom in on it because I'm doing it I've got the ability to do that. So
Okay.
yeah. There's the patio furniture. There's a door that comes out from there, and then there's also that normal swinging door that comes out from the main house.
So they found one guy right here on this back porch. So I'm wondering if he was in one of these chairs. There's also a glider over here to this end in the yard. I wonder if they, like I said, went out there to sit down, just to chill for a little bit, to kind of sober up before they left, and just fell asleep.
So to be fair, we would have to know when this listing is from because a lot of the furniture that's in there now could have been.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too. They may not have had any of this there. That's true.
Right.
Good point. I don't know
But
why.
it is pretty obvious now it's pretty obvious to me there's no sliding door.
No.
So I was totally my aerial view, it threw me for a loop. But those windows do look like sliding windows from an aerial view looking down.
Well, those ones around the corner definitely do. Yeah, I agree. And so do these back here. So
All right, so here's the other thing too, though. If these gentlemen were at all coherent during this episode at all, if that woman could have gone in through a window, for instance, for example, if that door was locked
Mm-hmm.
And they thought that they were in trouble. There to me just doesn't seem it plausible they couldn't have broken a window or gotten back into that home.
I don't think they, like I said, at this point, I'm starting to think, did they go outside and maybe sit down? They were just chilling and just kind of dozed off and never woke back up.
Yeah.
You know, trying to get some air, trying to sober up, and they just never woke back up, which is very sad that it happened to all three at the same time, but it's hard to imagine that happening to three people at the same time, too. I know, Riddler. Yeah, I know. Thank you for that, Eddie. I appreciate you sending me that, bud. That helps in a lot of ways. There's the aerial, and there's the aerial of the backpack. Yeah, there's an upstairs on this house next door and this house next door that they very well. Here's the thing, though. If they looked out their windows, any one of the neighbors, and they were close to the house, one was on the back porch, the others could have been like right over here. They may not have seen them. Okay. So that's a good possibility for that person that asked the question. I doubt it, alien. And then we're back to the front of the house. And that angle. And that angle.
You know, there is a set of sliding doors that lead out. Someone pointed it out. And if you go back in the photos to number 27, there is a set of sliding doors that lead outside there. And it's actually
right
on
there.
the addition that sticks out.
Yep, right there. That's what those are.
Thank you. Who pointed that out?
That is that set that I was pointing out from the outside.
Michelle, what's her name, pointed it out, and it made me go look, Michelle Noor. So thank you.
Good job,
Michael,
Michelle.
Michelle, Michael. I don't know how to say. I can't spell.
Michelle Noor. And then there. Okay. Yeah, right here.
Yep.
Good job. I mean,
no, it's right.
Yeah, right here. It's right here.
That's it goes to that sunroom.
Right. That's
right.
There you go.
But there's no sliding glass doors that go to the backyard, right?
Not the outside.
No, the sliding glass doors go to the patio on the outside of the house.
Right here. That goes out to that back circular table. And
go to picture number 27. That picture. That's a sliding glass door that goes out to the patio furniture. You see it?
Right.
My image is bigger than yours. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe, well, yours would be bigger if it was full screen. If you guys if you full screen it, you could see it.
It won't let me do that for some reason. I don't know why.
That's okay.
But there it is, guys. So yeah. And so, like I said, it would be hard to imagine the back door, the slider, any bit of this locked. So I have to think that these guys, I mean, logically speaking, maybe drank a lot. You know, playoff games are fun. And I know back in the day when I did drink, I would get hammered, no lie. That it was late, 11:30, 12 when this one guy left, and they were still playing dice at that point. So when they finally decided to leave, or he went to bed maybe, and they just hung around thinking, okay, and you heard his attorney say that when they left his home, they everything seemed okay. So his mind, he thinks they left. They probably, like I said, went out back, hang out for a few to get some air before they got in the car to drive so they could sober up, and may have just dozed off. It's just strange to think that they all did at the same time. That's all. Well, wait a minute, though. The one guy doesn't drink, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just going to say, like.
But he could.
He could have just that night decided, hey, they won. Woo! You know what I mean?
No, I got you. Yeah. I got you. That makes sense. It does.
Well, if he says they left, is it possible they came back and they didn't want to wake him up and they got into the backyard?
That's possible too.
Right. I mean, the woman may not know how to open those gates, but those gates and those things are just kind of like a sliding glass door. Sometimes you could just lift them or push them a little bit and then push your finger around and hit the latch. Just because it's a stockade fence, they're not that hard to get through.
He said he didn't know what door they went out when they left.
Right.
Maybe they left and they did come back and they couldn't get in, so they hung out in the backyard because they weren't able to drive home. And there was two cars. Maybe the guy that, well, no, I was going to say maybe the guy that didn't drink rode with a guy that does drink, and you know what I mean?
So there were only two cars?
That's what I was, yeah. I see what you're saying, Jessica. I'm sorry, I didn't see it, but I don't know. We'll see. When we get the big thing with this is going to be autopsy and toxicology. At the very least, the autopsy is going to say what the cause of death was, and then the toxicology, when that comes back, will say what was in their bodies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And until we know that, we really can guess until our faces fall off. And for some of us, like me, that might help the general public. But until we get that data, we're kind of screwed.
Right. Agree. I agree. Let me see here. I appreciate you, Cletus. No worries, brother. Let's see. Go to Street View and zoom into the back fence. All right, what are we looking for, Tomboy? Oh my God, waiting for data. You don't know. Roman, maybe you need to watch so much. Victoria, I got you. Brian says that takes out the evilness of the U-Haul. Well, and like I said, maybe this was a plan. That he was moving the next day. You know, that was never spoken about though. So I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I find it, if he really did leave, like that lawyer said he was home sporadically.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, for one, you're not leaving without your phone. You know what I mean? So why aren't you checking the messages and the calls? Well, why are you ignoring the calls? And then once you saw those cars outside, it would only make sense that they said the guy's super intelligent, right?
Mm-hmm.
One would think that you would put two and two together and see
Let
the
me
cars outside, see them calling you, and maybe, I don't know,
Yeah.
just walk the perimeter.
Let me ask you this. So let's do this real quick. So we see the sliding glass doors here, right? And all of these windows here.
Mm-hmm.
And all these windows, same room. Let's go this way. We see these windows here and over here. Okay. All right. There's a window over the sink there. There's windows there. That's the window over the sink. Let's see here.
We don't know what he had for window treatments either, so it's
Wait a
hard.
minute.
I was thinking what you're going to say.
Well, hold on.
Notice people in his backyard.
There's the one room there, and there's, let me see here. If he didn't go to the back door, okay, I'll give you that much. But there's windows here and here and here and that door, but still, you didn't walk through this house at all and notice 3 people in your backyard, not once.
Well, especially if one's sitting up in a chair, like,
like, why are you sitting out here, bro? Open the door and go, hey, he ain't answering. What the hell? You go to him, he's not breathing or anything, then you call.
But you're making that judgment based on an occupant that had shears for drapes.
Well, that's true.
How do you know he didn't have blinds on these windows? Do we have any idea what he had for window treatment?
He very well could, but there's a lot of windows, is all I'm saying.
And if he lived there by himself, there's a bathroom, a full bath in the basement. There's a possibility that the basement was where he was at. That's why he didn't hear anybody knocking. That's, that's why he didn't see anybody when he came out of the house too, sporadically.
Why would he be in the basement, or why wouldn't he be upstairs in his bedroom or anything?
Well, if he's in Kansas and he knows anything about the weather patterns there, he may have decided to set up his master bedroom in the basement in case of spring weather season.
They're in Missouri, right?
Yeah, Kansas.
That's okay.
You can't
didn't his lawyer say he was in his bedroom? He had headphones on and a loud fan.
Yeah,
a noisy fan or something like that. 40 degrees.
Okay.
You got a noisy fan on.
I sleep with the AC unit on the fan, so I can't
So do
tell.
I. In the wintertime, I sleep with that on too, just so you know.
I like the noise.
I like the noise, and I don't like being, I like it kind of chilly with blankets on. That's how I sleep.
Yeah,
you like that white noise, huh? Push you to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I even turned my TV on in my bedroom, and I started playing this new thing. It's called green noise, and it actually works. Puts you to sleep.
I put mine on frequency, and it helps heal you.
Green noise is code for pot.
Well, either way, that's what they call it. Just telling you. I don't do that.
But I don't need anything. I have a completely clear conscience in mind when I put my head on the pillow.
Is he a gamer, headset fan? I mean, yeah, that's possible to you. He could be a gamer. Who knows? I mean,
Yeah, but
there's a lot of possibilities.
Sarge, you're the perfect human. We all aspire to be you.
It's about time you got smart.
Well, guys, I mean, this is quite an interesting story at the very least. But listen, in the end, at the end of the story, it could come out to be just a crazy coincidental mistake that these guys, just like I said, walked out the back door, sat down to get some air, and passed out, went to sleep. Or I mean, I'm not saying that's the case, and I'm like I said, we're not going to get anything. I don't know how long the autopsy is going to take to come back, but when we get it, we'll know.
Yeah, it's a shame it's going to take a couple of weeks. That just
the toxicology is going to be the most important thing, I think. And they were snow covered. That's another thing. That's a good point, Deborah. I never thought of that. They said that there was the one guy was snow covered. So if they were all covered in snow, you're not going to really see them. If it, you know what I mean? That makes sense.
What day did it snow?
I think it snowed that night. Didn't it?
Didn't it snow during the football game?
That's what I was saying.
That's what I think. I think so, yeah. We could look up the weather patterns for that day or that night.
Yeah, I would just be curious to know what, the hours that it was actually snowing.
Yeah, because if that guy left at midnight.
They got both vehicles. They need to check the vehicles and see if any, and their phones to see if there are any location data. Did they leave that property and come back? Did they always be there the whole time?
That's a good point.
There's a lot of investigative work that needs to be done.
Let's see if I can find this. Hold on a second here. And I'm sure they're doing it.
I do find it odd that they say that no foul play suspected, yet he has a criminal defense lawyer that's not a public defender. Yeah. I do find that odd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's got money, so he would hire an attorney. And who would you hire? A real estate lawyer?
No, I know, but I mean, if I didn't do shit, money or not, I'm not going to hire an attorney.
Well, I mean, I have an attorney. I have two actually, and I just because of things that I've dealt with in my past or needed for different reasons. So, I don't keep them on retainer, but I can go to them at any time and say, hey, this is a scenario. Maybe because of the situation, he was like, he does have money. The guy's a chemist. I mean, they make money. Maybe go ahead. Go ahead.
I think in his situation, a lawyer would be like, a prophylactic. You better have it, even if you don't need it. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I mean,
in this case too, with the circumstances, I would lawyer up immediately because of the press coverage, because of all the chaos, and you're going to have a whole bunch of shit descend upon you, and you're better off with talk to my lawyer this way, because anything you say is going to be twisted. Look at all the twists and turns we've gone through.
Exactly.
Trying to understand this, right? And the question is, how come you didn't notice their vehicles out front? Haven't you ever seen a friend's car and thought, isn't that Joey's car? And then you just drive, you go about your way. You're not really, you don't stop and get out and look. Even if you were hanging out with him, you're like, yeah, it looks like Joey's. I wonder if that's his car. What the hell's the asshole's car still doing here? And you keep going about your business. So, they say the cars were out front. Does that necessarily mean he should have ID'd them and checked them? I don't know.
Hold on a minute, folks. I already have this. Why is it telling me to get this again?
Dang it. Got
just
if you saw one car that looked like your friend's car, you wouldn't be too suspect. But if you saw both cars and they both look like your friend's cars, you might be like,
Are they all do they all live in the same area?
I'm guessing that they lived in that same area.
So the girlfriend, so they were, in that situation, Clue, I agree with you. If you see two of your friends' cars, they were both at your house last night and they're not in the house, but the cars are out front, that would pose a question. I'd be like, what the hell would they do? Someone come pick them up? What's going on?
Well, here's another question, right? If let's assume that one family that spoke is accurate. This guy's new to the group of friends, at least as far as that family's concerned. And let's say he's not real familiar with these guys, and he's at home when they arrive. He may not have any damn idea what cars they have.
Yeah, but that other girl said a different story. She said they've been friends for years.
Oh,
The three of them.
well, the three of them, but the fourth guy is the one I'm talking about. If the fourth guy that lived there, if there's nothing to say, he knew what cars they had.
I'll be right back. They came there for the game. That's why
No,
I'm
I
asking.
think-
Were they
said-
local? Did they
I
travel
said-
to this guy's house to go see the game and plan on staying at his house? Or
No, I think they live there, but I think that she meant the whole group of them.
Oh, okay.
I said three, but I think she meant all of them, right? Because she didn't.
I got you.
I don't think they live there.
They live there, I'm sure.
In the area.
Yeah, like at least close.
Yeah, but okay, but again, they went to a game, right? It was a big game.
It was an after party.
They went back to his house. So that's
right.
All right, and they're all fans of the same team, and they're all close friends. I think there's a big window there that these guys came from a distance away. It could have been the next town, could have been an hour drive, and they all decided to stay at his house because they knew they were getting fucked up.
They
didn't want to drive home.
Yeah, but why would the attorney say then that they seemed okay when they left and he didn't know what door they went out?
Who knows? Maybe he was taking a shit. We don't know. No, I mean, it'd be nice to know where these guys' residences are, what areas they're in, if they're all in the same general town.
Well, we could look them up in a second here. Let me see this. This is okay. Winter weather advisory.
The reason I'm asking that question is that the cars may not have been that familiar to them if they lived a few hours away and they weren't hanging out on a regular basis. This was you live there. This is the game for our team. We're going to come visit.
But see, I don't get that impression when you hear like that girl talk that was talking.
Right.
Like if you're friends with someone and they're all at this game, you know what I mean? Most people have like season tickets. Like it's a fans, you know what I mean? Like I just feel like they knew them. I feel like they're all from that area.
But they didn't say that. Nobody said this is a regular thing that they were doing together.
No, I'm talking about going to the games.
Right, but wouldn't they do that together if they were friends? Wouldn't that be a habitual thing that people would be normally knowing they did? Me, you, and Cletus are going to the game,
That's what
and
everyone is saying, right? It's a normal thing. Like no one is saying anything is out of the ordinary other than they just died.
Right, but here I think we're crossing lines, and I'm not explaining myself properly. I've got a good friend that lives 90 miles away, and he's got other friends that live in different areas, and we all could coalesce to his house and go do something this particular weekend with the plan of coming back to his house.
I'm with y'all guys. I think they watched the game, right? Got together to watch it.
That's what my thought was. I didn't think they were doing
Okay, so they
anything.
watched the game at the house. Okay, that's clear. That's something I didn't know, and I was on the. But is it something they always did at his house, or did they come from outside to watch this game together because it was that one season game that they all wanted to be a part of?
Like diehard fans and everybody that when they had the celebration of life for them, like they were a bunch of Kansas City fans there. So,
Dago, I looked up Weather Channel and it said that it did snow. I left you the link in the back of the private chat. You can check it there.
All right, that's what I was looking at right now. But thank you, I appreciate that. All right, so let's see here.
Yep, up to 12 inches of snow in northeast Nebraska. 8 to 11.
Thank you very much for that, Riddler. Okay, January 7th through 14th, 2024, back-to-back winter storms, extreme cold. Overview, the 7th through the 13th, winter storms brought significant impacts eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. Okay. Okay, yeah.
And this did happen on the 7th, right?
Yeah, the night of the 7th, or going into the 8th, I guess.
All right, so that was the night of that storm that came through because it missed my area. It was supposed to hit my area and it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was trying to find out. Were they actually in Kansas City or a small town outside of Kansas City?
It said Kansas City.
And I think that storm impacted a wide swath of the country. This was a big storm.
Oh, yeah, it hit everybody.
And there were double-digit temperatures, so you're 10, 11 degrees. Some of them even lower.
Yeah, right.
So it was cold as shit that night and that next day.
Yeah.
It's not the sunny pictures we've been showing on the stream.
Lowest wind chill reports
North end of Kansas City is where they were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, it shows minus 44. Damn.
Damn.
Minus 45, minus 45, minus 48. Good Lord, have mercy.
That's Celsius, though. That's not Fahrenheit, right?
No, that's Fahrenheit.
That's Fahrenheit.
Antelope County, minus 50, minus 49. Good Jesus.
Where were these folks? What location
Lord.
were they?
This is, oh, that popped up under an Omaha Valley, Nebraska. I don't know how or why, but there it is. Well, okay, so JCN said that it was bad in Nebraska where she was. How close is this to? Well, this is not Kansas City. I thought it was.
Yeah, this is Missouri. They were in.
No, this is Nebraska. Well, I don't know how that happened, but thank you either way, Riddler. Hold on a minute. Let's see. What's the zip code? Does anybody have the zip code for that address? I think Eddie did. Hold on. Let me see it here real quick.
I got the zip code. You want the zip code?
Yeah, give me the zip code real quick.
It's 64151. Do we have a name of any of the individuals that were deceased?
Yes, yeah. I have them all.
And can I have one of them? I want to see what location they're from.
Yep. Clayton or David Harrington. Oh, here we go. That's a little bit better. Pleasant Hill, Missouri, Kansas City, 35 degrees Celsius. Wow. Celsius. From January. Nope.
I'm on another site and it shows it not coming in until January the 9th.
I know it was around that period of time. Because
But on the first one I did the same thing. I put January the 7th and I put
Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Missouri,
yeah.
And then this popped up. This thing with Omaha. But then when I went to another one, I'm looking at their newspaper for January the 7th. And it doesn't show snow until January 9th.
Well, it said it was 40 degrees that night, remember?
Well, yeah, it's 41 during the day, I think, and 20, got down to upper 20s or something at night.
Right. So,
one of the gentlemen, his funeral is going to be in Blue Springs.
That's probably where he's from. Well, let's see. The other guy's name was Ricky Johnson. And then the other guy's name was Clayton McGinney.
So he's local. His funeral location is only 40 minutes from the residence of the event.
Right.
So he's local. And it may in fact be that all of them are local friends hanging out together like that regularly. As Clue pointed out.
That's how I took it, but we don't know. I didn't know for sure, so I didn't want to speak on it until it did. But either way, thank you for that again, Riddler. Either way, folks, it's a very, very sad situation that it happened like this. If it turns out that it just happens to be a very, very bad coincidence, then damn,
But I'm still going to say that I suspect strongly that there was something in their system that precipitated this event. I don't think this guy came out and murdered them with a hammer or anything. But it seems suspect that 3 grown men that are fully capable and they're in the prime of their life, they don't look like old men at all. That for them to just pass like that would be, without any interfering, would be shocking.
36, 37, and 38, right, Clue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right. So
that's my thought. Something is. I just feel like something's weird. That's my only thought, guys. But it could be that it's nothing. Like I said, it can go either way.
Yeah, kind of.
The autopsy and the toxicology is going to tell the whole story for me.
I mean, negative 40 some degrees. Like, why would you even venture outside?
Right. And at that point, between 11:30 and 1:30 a.m., I'll just say it's probably pretty cold by that point. Okay. January 9th and 10th, Sunny Kerp says And of course, I'll be bringing this back up again if and when any maybe updates happen that we don't know about. That's a good point, Victoria. If they even tell us,
they will.
You says, did they lose power? That's an interesting question.
I don't know why that would drive you outside, though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And why couldn't you get back in? That's the other thing.
And was that fireplace? That may have been a gas-powered fireplace, natural gas. And if that's the case, you don't need power to heat the property.
That's true too.
So that didn't look like a wood-burning fireplace, but I didn't focus on it. But these natural gas ones are very common nowadays.
Oh yeah. The stomach contents should help to explain certain things. Toxicology is going to explain. So we're going to have most of the answers probably at that point. I would hope. Now, if something else comes from this at this point during this investigation, and I'm sure that'll come out, I'm sure. And maybe that'll answer some questions.
There was also a generator on that property.
Yeah, I was going to mention that just now when you talked about that. I remember Sarge yelped to that when we were back there looking at the back of the house. So yeah. That's a good point. He says we may not ever hear the results of the tox report. So who knows? We might have to. I doubt if we'll be able to find it, but the family I don't think is going to let this go by the wayside, though. If they get any information, I think they're going to put it out, folks.
They're going to have to, because there has to be an explanation to the deceasing of 3 people in a bed, found like that.
Yeah. Well, let me show this last one video that goes with this. I'll end it, not end it, but end up this part of it with this real quick, and then we'll talk about it. Whatever you guys want to talk about with it, and that'll be that. So I was saving this one for the end part of it, and it's got some of the stuff that was in the beginning of it too. But 1 second here. Here we go. Hold on a second. Nope. Hold on a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, someone just posted a correction about temperatures.
Yeah, that's
the low
not that
temperature
cold.
day was 29 degrees. And the 8th, it was 32. And the low on January 9th was 18 degrees.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
But exposure starts to happen under 58 degrees, I think. You're an EMT. What's the temperature where it starts to compromise the human body if you're exposed? Mr. Dago, are you aware of that temperature?
Say that again.
What temperature does exposure to the human body cause hypothermia?
Oh, you would ask me that. I can't think. I do not know right offhand. We had a manual that we could refer to for stuff like that, but Deborah Lynn Pauly, we have a very high unaliving rate here. Many unsolved cases. The only ones that get this kind of attention are the ones that happen in nice neighborhoods like this one. Well, that's horrible.
Well, once your core temperature drops to 95 degrees and below.
Yeah, when your body temperature, I was going to say, okay, so like you guys are familiar with when you take your temperature, if you're feeling sick, you know what that generalized temperature is supposed to be. When your body temperature goes anywhere below that, 96.5 or 9.
It's between 30 and 50 degrees.
Did you look it up?
Yeah, it says here, I looked it up. Your body temperature can drop to a low level at temperatures of 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature can drop even if it's warmer than 50 degrees if you're out in wet and windy weather.
It depends on how quickly that's what I was going to tell you that we learned. It depends on how quickly it drops though too.
Right.
Because if it drops drastically in a short period of time, one thing is it can cause a heart attack. Okay. And if it drops quickly, and if your body's wet, things like that, those have to come into effect as well. Then it can drop faster. So there's that too. I'm not saying they were wet or anything. I'm just saying. So it has to be different circumstances, different scenarios. So, and I believe that if your core temperature starts to drop as the temperature's dropping, it doesn't take very long for hypothermia to set in, folks. It literally, 20 minutes per se.
Well,
I think
especially
30 minutes.
And we don't know if they were jacketed up or not. We don't know what they were wearing. If
And a lot of times, alcohol does help keep
right.
it up. So that's another thing to remember. Now, if you jump in, like, okay, you guys have ever seen these they do the polar plunge in different places where they jump into like freezing water and then they jump back out of it. Okay. That can be dangerous. We had that happen where I was on the one fire department I belong to, and they do it every year. They call it the polar plunge. They go out, jump in, and then they come back out.
It's amazing.
Huh?
You've never done that?
Hell no. But I've seen people do it. We watched it. We had a guy that did it that had a heart problem. He didn't know he had a heart problem, and he did it and immediately went into cardiac arrest. And thank God fire station was right there, so we responded quickly. But it can happen. Like, if you're not careful, you got to check yourself out before you do shit like that. I've heard of people that do it. They say it's very, very invigorating, I guess. Good word
I
for
just
it.
typed that in your chat. I've done it for charity, and it was literally like so exhilarating. Like,
yeah,
I just can't describe the feeling. Like
the description I got was like an immediate rush, and then you get like an adrenaline feeling and things like that. So I've never done it, but
yeah, I wouldn't.
All right, let's check this out. Well, I hate the cold, like that cold, so I don't think I can handle it. But
I know if you're in 70-degree water or cooler, you can get hypothermia. I know when they train the SEALs, especially over in this California, that water's cold near San Francisco.
Yeah.
And those guys will be shivering coming up to the boat. They'll take a temperature of them. They'll go, "Nah, your core hadn't dropped yet."
Your body weight takes a lot. Like when I was covering the Summer Wells case, that river she was swimming in, if anybody's familiar with that case, I looked into the fact of hypothermia possibly because she was so little. The temperature in the water that day was 71 degrees. And her body weight being as small as it was, I was kind of looking into the fact that the picture that was taken of her in the back seat, her fingernails looked like they had gone, the nail beds turned like blue. It was weird. So I was just looking into that, and I looked into the statistics behind that and how it fits into, the different facets of things, and found out that her body weight like that could throw her into hypothermia based on how small she was and the temperature of that water, like you just said.
Right.
And it was crazy to me. So,
a Tyrannosaurus Twinkie would survive in that water for a little bit longer than a petite woman. And we're not saying that these guys had any extreme water contact or doing extreme sports. We were just looking to find out what temperature does your core start to get affected from the outdoor air. Is it 50 degrees, 30 degrees? And it's anything 50 degrees and below will impact over a period of time your core temperature. To talk about the polar bear stuff and all that, it's got nothing to do with this. Just part of a general. It just moved there, not to suggest it has anything to do with these gentlemen's passing away.
Right. Gotcha. All right. Let's
you got images of you jumping into that water that's freezing cold there, Clue?
No.
Okay.
All right. Let's check this out.
That's how she
I thought she'd be able to part the seas, but what do I know?
Questions about what happened. The person who owns that house says that his buddies just froze to death. Friends and family say the timeline is just one of the many details not adding up here. Kelsey Kernstein joins us to help break it all down. Kelsey, what's the latest today?
Adrian and Marky, good morning. So right now we are, of course, waiting for that autopsy and toxicology results. Those, of course, could take weeks. And the key issues that people want clarity on: why did these three men allegedly freeze to death? Why was the homeowner allegedly ignoring people banging on his door? And what evidence did police have to almost immediately rule out a homicide investigation? Now, here's what we know. On Sunday, January 7th, the four friends were at a home outside of Kansas City to watch the Chiefs game. Now, the game kicked off at 3:25 Central Time and ended almost exactly 3 hours later, according to a post on the team's social media. For the next 50 hours or so, loved ones heard nothing. A friend telling News Nation exclusively that, quote, early in the day on Tuesday, January 9th, The homeowner had seen messages from concerned relatives and was aware that at least 2 of the men had not made it home. Now, according to police, that night, one of the missing men's fiance showed up at the house. She banged on the door, but no one answered. So she broke in through the basement and found one of the men dead on the back porch. She then called police, who found 2 other men dead in the backyard. Now, the next morning, police then issued a statement saying they found no obvious signs of foul play, adding that a search warrant wasn't required due to the homeowner's cooperation. Now, 3 days later, on Friday, January 12th, the victims were identified as 37-year-old David Harrington, 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, and 38-year-old Ricky Johnson. Harrington's mother told News Nation exclusively that, quote, nobody believes this story. Here's Mal Jackson, a reporter at News Nation's Kansas City station, on his conversations with his sources.
It is sort of interesting because all of the times, police departments are evasive for different reasons. But in this case, and in conversations with sources and, on the record and off the record conversations, I think the police department is as bewildered by this case as I think America is starting to become.
Our News Nation station, WDAF, reports that neighbors even saw a U-Haul truck in the driveway of his home, but we do not know why. But again, the homeowner has not been charged, and he is cooperating with police. Now, there is no timeline for the toxicology reports, but according to the DOJ, the average turnaround is more than 30 days.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
And there it is. That's it for that part of it. So I guess at this point we're just waiting on autopsy and toxicology, guys. So I'm guessing that the autopsy is going to tell a lot, and then the toxicology would finish it all off. Morning, Jesse. Good to see you, sir.
I'm being trapped off in the chat room. It's paying for Super Bowl adventures for people and staying in Vegas and marrying Clue, and they're saying to do it on my dime. And I said they're gonna, unless they're hot as hell, they're gonna find out my dime looks an awful lot like a penny.
Like a penny, yeah.
Well, hold on. The only reason that was said is because you are Cletus's daddy, and the family pitches in for the cost of the wedding.
Well,
I've officially become his mama.
The father of the bride pays for the wedding.
Okay, so he'll wear the dress, no problem.
So am I your daddy now? Go ahead, tell Cletus who's your daddy now.
Oh Lord, you guys are a mess. Does anybody have any other questions or comments in regards to this though?
We need a genealogical tree done, but other than that, we're on track.
Yeah.
Call Idaho, please. Orthram Labs, help us.
I hope to see that if there is an investigation on this, I hope that speaking of which, let me look at something real quick. I have not.
And just because the police are saying that there's nothing at this point to suggest foul play doesn't mean that there isn't foul play.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. I mean, we've heard that in a number of cases, folks, over the years where, and this gentleman has cooperated. They didn't need a search warrant because he gave him full access to the property. Here you go. Have at it. So
there was a search warrant, right?
He signs a form authorizing that understanding and giving a consent, and off they go and do a look around the house, and they found nothing suspicious.
The statement we read was no foul play suspected, which is completely different than what you said.
Yeah. And at this point, of course, that's fair, but doesn't mean it's the end all of everything.
And that's one of the big things to remember, no matter what, because this is early on with this still, guys. Nothing. There could be something that comes back in this autopsy, and it makes the police go, "Wait a minute," and things turn around. You know what I mean? And that's very huge.
And Jesse's got a comment up here. The U-Haul truck. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen YouTube, and some of these people will go out there to the house and take bullhorns and video cameras. So I mean, he could have just packed some stuff up and was like, "I'll come back when I'm cleared." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That is possible. Very possible. Oh yeah, this is the other video. I forgot I had this. I was gonna show this too. I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
But it sounds like he was already planning on leaving.
Well, I mean, to bring a U-Haul the next day, yeah. But we don't know. We don't know. We have to wait and see what that's all about.
Because he didn't go to work Monday, right?
No, it was
I
a
would
holiday, wasn't
imagine.
it? Monday was
Uh,
Martin Luther King Day, wasn't it?
no, the
Back then
7th.
or no?
No, the 7th.
Martin Luther King Day was the 15th. That was the week
Okay,
afterward.
all right, thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
So the
all right.
7th, they're over there partying. The 8th, I guess he doesn't go to work. And the 9th, police are knocking on his door, letting him know that you got a dead person in the backyard. And then he finds out there's 3.
Yeah. So, do you think detectives Ellie found it? I would imagine, yeah, they have to, Eddie. I would imagine, definitely. Just because I'm sure that we're probably not going to see any of that stuff, but here we go. Let's check this out again. I'm sorry, I forgot I had this one on queue and I never used it, so my apologies, folks. Somebody, I think Sarge distracted me like always.
And because tomorrow in
thanks.
my hometown of Winnipeg, north of North Dakota, the high temperature will be 0 Fahrenheit, the high. And the overnight low will be -5. And that in Canada, in Winnipeg, is what we call Thursday. It's not a problem for us up there. That's standard op. I grew up that way. That's like an average winter day. We bundled up like Kenny from South Park and off we went to school and work, and we knew how to survive it. But we also knew this. It could kill you if you mess around. So don't get drunk and pass out in a snowbank because you can literally die. Which brings me to Kansas City. It's a place where I don't usually think that kind of thing can happen, but never say never. Because police there say 3 friends, die-hard Kansas City Chiefs fans, got together at their buddy's house 2 Sundays ago to watch the Chiefs take on the Las Vegas Raiders. And that was the last anyone heard from them. From David Harrington, from Clayton McGeeney, and from Ricky Johnson. For 2 whole days. Friends and family just kept calling and searching for these guys. Until one family member decided, hey, let's go check back at the house where they watched the game. Wouldn't you know it? They found all 3 men dead, frozen, on the back porch and in the backyard. Weird, I know, but here's where it gets even weirder. The buddy who was hosting the football night, he did not have much to say except they froze to death. Again, there is a scene from The Shining in his backyard. They froze to death. So the families of those 3 men rightfully want more answers. And that is where Malik Jackson comes in. He is a reporter at Kansas City's Fox 4 News, and he's been on top of the story since it broke. Look, I don't know how the police are investigating this case, Malik, but I would be really suspect if all the host of the party could say was they froze to death and not much more. What am I missing?
Yeah, it's a story that we really don't understand. It really doesn't make sense. And for full transparency, we've reached out to KCPD, the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, and they seem to be bewildered too, because as you were speaking about being from Canada and the temperature being low, it has been cold here over the last few days with this Arctic blast that moved in. But that particular Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the high temperatures were over 40 degrees. So it is really interesting how they would have frozen to death
During the day.
They're at their best friend's house. So if they're at their best friend's house outside, if they get cold, theoretically, you'd think you could go inside of the home. So there's a lot of questions, Ashley.
And look, we saw the pictures, and it's pretty clear these are not elderly people. They're not disabled people. They're not kids. They're 36, 37, and 38 years old, prime of their life. The homeowner in this case, has anybody said that he might be a suspect here? Is there at least an investigation where something sounds hinky, so we're doing something about it?
So there is an open investigation, and right now police haven't named a suspect or even a person of interest in this case just yet. We do know that the day that Fox 4 was able to break this story, that we were able to make contact with his family, and that's how we figured out that he was telling his family members that his friends froze to death. But over the last weekend, a viewer sent us a tip, and there was a U-Haul outside of the home just this last weekend. So it begs the question, where is he? And the only person that could answer that is him right now. But no suspect. There's no person of interest that the police department has enlightened us about at this point.
Okay, you are a great reporter. You were able to talk to the mother of David Harrington. Her name is Jennifer Marquez. How is she digesting what the police are saying to her?
I mean, it's difficult. She just doesn't understand how this could have happened. As we talked about at the top, it just really doesn't make sense. And she's in that state right now. And speaking of state, she lives out of state. So she's in Arkansas. I actually spoke with her again on the phone today. She's making her way up to Kansas City, but this was her oldest child. He wasn't even supposed to be born. So she calls him her miracle baby. And now he dies in this weird manner, and she wants answers. We spoke exclusively, with her last week. And here's what she told us. Take a listen.
Everybody's furious. Nobody believes this story. None of his friends, none of the families, none of us believe it. Only the police. Only the police are saying that there's no foul play. Only the police who contacted me today are saying that the story that is saying makes sense.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the.
Did these three guys have children?
I think two of them did.
Oh my.
Yeah. I think from what I know, don't quote me on that. Joel, hey Joel, it's good to see you, dear. 3 people don't collectively die together under innocent circumstances. That was kind of my thought with this the whole time. But again, here's my biggest issue with this whole thing, folks. Like we claimed earlier, if it just so happened that they walked outside and were just sitting out there and they all 3 fell asleep and they all 3 passed away, that is what is hard for me to accept.
Yeah, that scenario is a bit difficult.
That's too coincidental, and it's just too much. I can't accept that. Thanks for the comment, Jules. Clayton had a daughter. Thank you, Jessica.
There's more to the story. We suspect more to the story that will add to the understanding of how they became deceased in the backyard.
Yeah, for real.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me see something here. And I hope that we do get the info that we're looking for. Hold on a minute. Why is my phone doing this?
Cletus.
Sir.
A thumb with a face painted on it.
But how long's the thumb?
Okay. So thank you, Tommy. Hypothermia is most likely at very cold temperatures, but it can occur even at cool temperatures above 40 degrees Fahrenheit if a person becomes chilled
or incapacitated
from inside out. Is that what it says? Yeah. I mean, that's a good point.
Your core drops, but it seems that 3 healthy men like that, there's something at play here that we don't know. That incapacitated them enough to remain in a position to get frozen them that ended up freezing them, right?
Yeah, and like I said, it was 40 degrees throughout the daytime, but this was at like midnight, 1 a.m., roughly 11:30 to 1:30 in the morning. I'm going to say is when
he didn't have animals that went outside to go potty. The animals were at his father's house.
Yeah,
there were no animals present.
So I'm going to venture to say that the temperature was more along the lines of the 20 degrees, where they said the nighttime low was in the 20s and the daytime high was in the 40s. They had cars, right? And he had the animals. Yeah, the animals were at his father's house. They went out and potted while the bodies were living. I mean, did he not go back and get his dogs the next day? I mean, how did this all unfold? You know what I mean? That's the question. The guy left a few times, came back, still seeing the cars out on the street. Curious. There was 2 cars that never left. And that's the other point. We don't know the exact time of death, which is why I want the autopsy so bad.
What we do know says that these people all got together to have a get together to watch that game at that house. Why there's pets or not pets there, that question's not been answered.
Well, maybe the guy had the dogs removed to stay at his father's while he had guests over, because maybe his dogs are those dogs that jump up on people and stuff like that.
Maybe he didn't want to bother him while he was there partying. That's what I mean. There's an external factor here that we'll know in a week or two that'll shed a little bit more light on this.
Right.
It is, 3 healthy men are not going to go sit out back and even smoke a joint or cigars or whatever 3 men are going to do in the backyard and freeze to death. That's just that the odds of that happening, unless all of a sudden some polar vortex came in like they did to the woolly mammoths and froze them in place with food in their stomach. I mean, you would need, an astronomical event of weather to do that to a human being, and that's not being claimed. So there has to be an external factor here. We're just not being given they don't have the answer for us. So,
well, see, I'm thinking of those 3 guys. Well, if you want to put 4 in there, they got to be at work the next day.
Well, see, so Jules just said that somebody from the neighborhood messaged her and said that the dogs were there.
It's not what's being reported by the homeowner through his lawyer. So it's contradicting the statement from the guy that was actually in the house.
Well, if somebody in the neighborhood said they heard and saw the dogs, maybe the guy's lying about it. We don't know.
Which, it's possible. Some external thing took place here. Could it also be that man's culpable? Sure. We can't conclude that at this point.
Well, see, Dago, what I was trying to think of, there's 4 guys that got to be at work the next day, possibly.
Right.
Now, y'all live in that type of weather. Do they shut down work when those blizzards come running through there? They say, well, we're going to shut down all highways so nobody goes to work. I know the schools were closing, right? Because of that storm. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
They were closed that Monday because of Martin Luther King Day, but
no, that was the following Monday. That wasn't that Monday.
Yeah, this is the week before Martin.
Yeah, you guys keep getting me messed up with that. So I don't know.
Blaming.
I don't know.
Or maybe everybody's off on Mondays up there. Who knows?
I doubt it. I can't. It depends on what your job is. I would imagine if they're going to call you off of work. You know what I'm saying? Kansas City. I mean, I don't know what the weather's like in Kansas City. I'm not real familiar with it. Like in the wintertime, I just don't know. And I agree with that, Jules. I can't get with that they all just fell over at the same time. You know what I mean? And we'll see what the times of death are, if it all was at the same time or if it was within minutes or an hour of each other or whatever. That's curious to me too. If it's all at the same time, we got a problem, folks. Like,
not if they were on a substance. If they had something in their system that put them all in a way, and they all went outside.
But each one of them is different body weight, different body build, so they're not going to be affected exactly the same for the exact.
No. But hypothermia works in a weird way, and it can work on if people in the same environment, the same location, they could all have experienced an incapacitation that left them unable to get back into that home.
Yeah, but then
it wasn't coincidental that they all passed away. It was a result of their incapacitation. They couldn't get back in the home, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Sarge, is if their time of death comes back and every one of them passed away at 1:35 p.m.
Well, I doubt that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Then we have a big problem. Or if they pass,
but if they all passed away between 1 and 3 o'clock, and there was some substance that they show us that would have caused them to be incapacitated, right? Then they would have slowly entered hypothermia and passed.
But that's
at different times. Obviously, they wouldn't have just all keeled over like dominoes.
But that's the whole issue, right? Like if one of them, say the guy in the chair, right? There's 2 left. Say he like passes out and he's unconscious, then why were the other 2 not cognizant enough to be like, hey, you might want to go inside if you're going to go to sleep. It's effing freezing. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Depending on depending on it, let's say they find a substance in their system that sent them. It's almost like if you have 3 really drunk idiots at your party, they're just uber drunk. They're like a 1 shot away from alcohol poisoning. And you've seen that at parties. You go and you write marker, you put bananas in their mouth, you do all kinds of stupid shit to your friends when you're young. It's possible for 3 people to encounter the same substance and become incapacitated and not be able to help each other. That's what this looks like.
The biggest problem with that, though, in all fairness, the biggest issue I have is that sounds plausible, except when you hear that guy's lawyer speak about what he said. He said he didn't know which door they went out of, and they all seemed fine when they left. So he's implying he was aware they were leaving his house.
Yeah.
Right.
Which means he's implying they were going home. Now,
Right.
how the hell they end up outside and in that condition when he thought they were going home is just a little bizarre.
Right.
Right. And so it would be nice to know what year, make, model cars they had, because they can actually see if any of those vehicles left and came back.
Well, they're going to probably look, to see if they catch them on any kind of cameras or anything at that point, I'm guessing. But
right.
And Jules is right, because I've read quite a few stories that are going this direction, that people think that this guy did something crazy, thinking that he was going to be moved before people noticed, and the family's on that train as well, which I've seen from the family too. And she said we've had a lot of poisonings lately, and that's a good point. I mean, you never know. I mean, if they're good friends, I can't imagine a scenario like that.
And the 3-day time period between their passing and him actually getting a moving van doesn't seem like a guy making a quick getaway.
That we have to find exactly when he got the U-Haul and all that. Yeah, I agree. I just really want to see this autopsy, and I'm guessing that should be coming back soon. I hope.
Yeah,
I know we're gonna have to wait on
toxicology. How could it take 2 weeks in today's day and age? Right?
I don't know why it takes so long.
Well, you got to run this through normal channels when you have a triple death. I mean, this is a significant incident here. It should be handled like
a rush on it. Yeah,
absolutely, a rush beyond
2 weeks to get the toxicology back, but they've got Koberger's DNA from. I
was going to say that, but
it's Idaho and tested and confirmed in 24 hours
or less. Yeah.
Yeah,
they went to the drive-through with the DNA. On this one, they're going to walk it over.
Right.
I wonder if the press is going to do to him what they did to Koberger. Koberger was an incel. They're going to make this guy look weird.
Oh, yeah.
Unacceptable.
Right.
He was a freak. Nobody at school liked him.
Take care, Amanda. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much.
He was
so Paladin says that the U-Haul is a red herring. Who knows? Anything's possible, guys, nowadays.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there that isn't really backed up with any kind of confirmation. The lawyer did explain the dogs. So if a neighbor's saying there were dogs there, the lawyer stated the dogs were at the father's house.
Right, and that's
on behalf of the homeowner or the resident.
Right, and CL is right. He's a scientist. They've already labeled him. That's a good point, and it's true. And Victoria's got a good point too. It's been 3 months. And we still don't have the talks on the girl that they found in the tote bag out here. And they said no signs of foul play with her either. And that's true. This also goes based on importance of the case at hand. Okay. And they'll put other things in before that are more important. And sadly, that does happen. Let's see. Perhaps we should be comparing to him to. Yeah, I get it, Jesse. I get it.
Yeah. With the only, he took what is it, 3 days? What is that? How many hours is that? 72 hours? And they only took 8. So look the other way.
They said it was a total of 36, but yeah.
Well,
take care, Tommy. Thank you for joining tonight. Appreciate you, buddy. Being a chemist does make him a prime suspect when you look at that situation. I do agree with you, Paladin, and that's why everybody's looking at him. But why aren't the police looking at him that way?
Because there's no evidence to go that way yet.
There's something that they had to have not seen or seen that doesn't make them think it's anything. You know what I mean? Either that or they're just being tight-lipped right now because of the investigation, and they're just saying we don't, it is what it is.
Right. Well, you just can't charge the guy and they'll go try to find the evidence. I mean, that's not how it's worked.
Yeah.
What they're doing is exactly how it's supposed to work. They're following procedures step by step. Nothing was obvious. Nothing jumped out that said foul play took place. There were no injuries. Obviously, it means there was no injuries. There was no wounds. There were no bullet, knife punctures, or blunt instrument injuries to the bodies. They were frozen. Okay. Now, even in that shape at that point, that doesn't mean that once the coroner gets them, she's not just going to roll them over and start cutting. She's going to have to thaw these bodies out. She may find wounds that they couldn't observe at the scene. We don't know, right? There's just no way to know. And so we can contend that the guy did it, the guy's a scientist, this, that, the other, and throw all that into a mix. But there's just so much undone here. So early, and it's early. This, I mean, in all fairness, right? And what's today's date?
Today is the 22nd.
Okay, and this happened on the 9th that they discovered the body. So you got 2 weeks from there. 14 and 9 is what, 23?
Yeah, we probably should be
We have
getting
gone-
something back on the autopsy relatively soon, I would guess.
Right. So that would be tomorrow or the next day.
They may not put the autopsy out without the toxicology. I don't know, but I doubt it. We'll see. We'll see. And if the sad thing is they said they didn't see anything with this guy that has any reason for them to look at him funny. So if the guy was leaving, he's gone. I mean, I'm sure they'll bring him back if they need to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, you could jump and say this guy, he committed the perfect crime. He submitted them a substance that's untraceable to modern science and then put them in the backyard. I mean, there's a million things you can come up with. Let's see what they develop here, though.
That's and I'm trying not to go down that hole until I have a reason to go down that hole. That's where I'm just kind of like, all right, let's see what happens, and we could get lucky, and there could be something up tomorrow on the autopsy. You know what I mean? Let me see something real quick while we're sitting here.
Yeah, so it should be, you go from the 9th forward, 14 days is 23. That would be tomorrow.
Yeah, that could be. We could get lucky, guys. You never know.
Yeah, I would suspect over the next week, by Friday, we should have some information back.
I'd love to hope so. All right, Riddler, I appreciate you, friend. Always a pleasure, brother, and I love your insight. So thank you very much for joining us today. You are appreciated as always.
Riddler, you're the man.
Sorry, but I cannot.
I agree.
Kansas City man was in bed unaware.
I feel validated.
You should.
Now, this came from the Kansas City Star, not store. Jesus, sorry, folks. Kansas City store. You ever been to that store?
I don't know, but there's a
Kansas City man was in bed unaware of his 3 friends' deaths outside his home, the attorney says. Now they're saying he's in bed. Earlier this said the client had no knowledge they had died until police arrived at his door. Rumors have circled on social media about Willis' friends were found dead at his. I can't talk tonight to save my life. Sorry. Police were called to the home, so on and so forth. Same stuff we already know. Waiting for results of a medical exam to learn the causes of death for the men. John Paserno, the attorney. Yes, and last saw them, they were excited. His home. I'm sorry. When they okay, here it is again. He knew nothing about the men's deaths and last saw them when they exited his home and Willis went to bed. So there it is. So they left and he went to bed.
Right.
But let me rephrase something then. He last saw them when they exited his home and Willis went to bed, but didn't know what door they went out. So how did he see them when they exited his home?
Well, if they're packing up their stuff, maybe, and they're saying, "Okay, we'll see you next game. Great game, it was fun." He's like, "I'm going to go to bed. I'm beat." He's at the staircase and walks and heads upstairs, and they leave, and he's not really.
You don't lock your door when people leave your house.
It might have one of those locks.
I would lock my door. I don't lock my doors.
It might not have to.
They're all different.
Like you have a lock that turns.
Yeah.
Like we have a lock like that, right? Where you don't have to. You can lock it. Like if somebody leaves, they can lock it and it's locked. You don't have to do it.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Jordan is unaware of how his friends died. Paserno said, like the rest of us, Jordan is anxiously awaiting the results of the autopsy and toxicology. On behalf of Jordan's family, we wish to express our deepest sympathies to the friends and family members of these young men, and our thoughts and prayers are with them.
It just seems weird that why would he think they would go out the back when they parked in the front?
Yeah,
he says he doesn't know, and he wasn't paying any attention. This guy's suspect.
Well, I mean, they can't park in the backyard. You know what I mean?
No, he's someone that definitely needs to be questioned and it needs to be looked into. It's just that sadly at this time, none of those answers. the basic answers are going to be autopsy, toxicology, right? So there's no way to say he had no involvement here, and there's really no way to say assuredly he had involvement. We're all up in the air. It could be a multitude of things as to his involvement or non-involvement.
The biggest issue is that these two of the guys that we've seen on there are big enough to have busted through that 1x6.
Oh yeah, man. Any of them.
Unless they couldn't, you know what I mean?
Well, but that's where I'm getting, right? So I could see a scenario where, let's say, yeah, he was going to bed. He didn't know they went out the back door. He set his smart home security and it locks the doors for him. They would still be able to bust through that fence if that was their last resort, and they would have, right? They'd have got out and saved.
Absolutely.
I agree
The fence
with that.
opened from the Cletus. The fence opened from that side, did it not?
No, it did,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, worst case, they could have busted through that fence. I'm 100% confident in that. So there had to have been something that impaired them outside.
Yeah.
Or they were impaired before they went outside, and you know, I mean, it's really hard to sit and look at this and not see some type of foul play, and that's where my problem comes in. Is I don't know how the official statement on the news is no foul play suspected.
Yeah, because either way, you look responsible. Like, if they were so drunk that they were just incapacitated and couldn't get out of the back door, then why would you even let them leave?
Well, and but that
Did they ask this man for a blood sample? Did they ask him to cooperate and give blood samples? They may have all of them taken the same thing willingly as they were watching the game. We don't know.
But if
and he may have went upstairs in his delirium.
If
right?
that's the case, then he's at least guilty of lying about his story.
Well, and he can now argue I didn't remember, but the point is that is also as possible that him staying inside is the only reason he's alive over the other three.
No,
Right, Jules, there was a fourth person that was there with him that night. That guy left, and when he left it, he said, between 11:30 and 12, and they seemed fine. They were playing dice, and that was it. So there's that too. Like, I'd like to hear what that guy has to say about what went on that night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I like the whole night. Like, how did the whole night go?
And the difference between the four people that remained is one stayed inside. That's an obvious difference between the four. Therefore, they all could have engaged in an activity that incapacitated them.
No,
whether it be a drug, whether it be something he cooked up, whether it be moonshine, we don't know.
I find it very odd too that the guy that left earlier, right? If there's no foul play, there's no suspicion, everything is on the up and up. How is it that Banfield or Brian Itton, somebody hasn't gotten this guy a check big enough to talk to them?
Or like, why hasn't he come out and made a statement?
That's what I'm saying. If there were truly no reason to doubt or suspect anything, he would have already talked to basically clear the air, at least in a good faith effort for his friend who is now being looked at suspiciously.
There must be a gate on this side too, you guys, because I'm looking at this at this point. This looks like where they may have brought the stretcher out through. Those are stretcher marks.
Yeah, from the backyard. There would be a gate on that side. So there may have been a stretcher. There may have been one person over on that side of the yard.
Well, I didn't see any marks on this side like that, just over here. So it looks like they must have come through this way. Like, I've seen those marks before.
You've left them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they might have been closer to this side. This is garage. This is living room. So if you go straight,
that would be on the right between where the two houses connect. That interior wall, they're going straight back. There's a sliding door that leads out to the patio.
Yeah, that's the back kitchen.
And so yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's tragic. Did the fifth? Now this is the first I've heard, and all the time we've talked, that there was a fifth person that was in the home that went home on his own power. I haven't heard that till just now.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that tonight either.
Right.
And he's the one that states, well, yeah. So there's another potential suspect. If you want to start,
they left. They were fine. Yeah. The guys were fine when I left, and they were playing dice, and that was 11:30 midnight. So somewhere between that time and 36 hours later, I'm gonna venture to say that the death occurred throughout that night, somewhere between that time and like 6 a.m. I'm gonna guess.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we don't know if he had any involvement in the end result. No more than we know if the guy that stayed in the house.
Maybe. Well, he left earlier than everybody else, and maybe. Who
Well,
knows?
it was late at night
Maybe
when the
he's
temperatures were cold.
Maybe he's responsible for something, and that's why he left.
Right, right. We can keep extrapolating, you know, and it is what it is. You don't know, so yeah, you could could consider that, sure.
Exactly. That's what I was
think.
thinking.
I think that scenario would be the difference being 1 indoor, 3 outdoor. I think the end result would be if the 5th person was involved and all 4 of them were a target. The only saving grace for the guy that rents is he didn't go outside with them.
Exactly. There you go.
That's why a toxicology on him is as important as the people outside.
I was going to say,
if there's any share.
Yeah, I was
Pardon?
going to say they should draw his blood too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's that toxicology report would take the longest because he's still his system is still cleaning it out for the next 2 days. Where the victims, of course, their toxicology wouldn't be that. It's going to be difficult, but it should be easier because their body didn't have a way to process and dispose of the toxins if there's any in them. His body did. He had 2 or 3 days of life for his kidney, his livers, and his organs to detoxify him.
Yeah, right.
You would still want to pull blood from him and look.
Livers.
And they didn't mention how good of a friend this other person was that left. And if
do we know who he is?
That's the thing. We don't. I don't have a name, nothing.
Always this shit would not just enough information to make you
That's
crazy.
interesting.
What's so funny?
You.
Well, it is. It's just enough information to drive you crazy. It leaves these massive doorways to go through. And
do we know what time the game ended? By the way,
11:30 is most times they're in the after game talking.
I thought you had something pulled up earlier and it said that's the game or something.
Well, I was trying to figure out what time. Somebody said the game started. All right, where are we at here? This is
Victoria is countering the 5th person. I don't know why, but it would be interesting to find out why she's saying they really haven't said anything. So how do you even know there's another guy?
I'm trying to remember where we got that from.
That's why I said I've never heard of there being a 5th guy.
It was in one of the things you had up at the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning they said that the other guy was there, left. The news report said that he left, and that's where that whole thing about the dice came from.
Well, I found it odd that they even give the renter's last name right here, right? Willis, and then the 3 friends that were found dead, but they don't mention the 5th guy.
They don't mention the other guy, right? That's my thought. That's weird.
Maybe he got pissed off and took his dice with him. I don't know.
Okay, what's this here? Oh, so it does say here, when there was no answer at the door, Magini's fiance broke into the basement and found a dead body on the back porch. So she did go through a basement window. Okay.
No, it doesn't mean that. It means that I said a lot of these garages have access from split levels like that. Often will have a basement entry that you go into. You got to go into your garage to get into your basement and do your laundry. That's not an uncommon on some of the houses built like that are split levels with a garage built in underneath.
Yeah, but it says she entered through the basement, doesn't it?
She would have gone in through a garage window and went down the stairway to the basement and then came up through the basement. Yep.
Okay, there's another interview.
She came in through a window. It certainly could also be that, but the screen that was missing on the scene was a garage screen.
I mean, it looks like it, yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean that's where she went in, but I would imagine that's it right there.
Right. You wouldn't be making a leap to say that's the screen she removed. Right?
Right. Okay, this is another interview. I didn't even know this existed, but this interview was with the other guy, Ricky Johnson, his parents, I believe. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me make sure you can hear it. Sorry, I didn't know this interview existed. Here you go.
All right, so the game played earlier in the day. These guys must have been home that whole time partying.
Did somebody throw the game? Okay, the game started at 3:25 p.m. Central Time, which would be
back up on that image. Back up on that image. I think you see an air conditioning unit on that side of the house.
Developing tonight.
Yeah, right there. That's a central air unit right there.
That's a central air unit. We can't zoom in on that. Is there a window between the central air unit and that concrete or that brick decoration fence?
No, that's all it'll let me go.
See, because if you're looking for direct basement access through a window, And now look at that same image. The front of the house, you see the screen laying underneath a window.
That's why I thought it was right here, because the screen's moved. You could easily, if that's not locked, slide that window up and climb through that window.
Yeah.
All right, so 3:25 and ended 3 hours later. They hung out and partied or whatever for the rest of the night, and then okay.
No, that's not a generator. That absolutely is an AC unit. Generators are generally a cream color.
They're square.
AC units are generally a gray, like a battleship gray or in that tone.
And
that to me would be absolutely an AC unit. And in the back of the house, there's a generator. Like Generac, the most popular one is a.
It's sitting onto the backside to the right over there. I saw it.
Yeah, it's a lighter color than the house.
Do this now and see what they say.
Family is pressing for answers after 3 men were found dead outside a Northland home. Kansas City police identified the victims today: Clayton McGeaney, David Harrington, and Ricky Johnson. Now it's Johnson's family who is speaking up today, sharing their grief and questions with KSHB 41's Alyssa Jackson. Alyssa.
It's been a tough day. It's been a tough week for that family. Ricky Johnson's parents agree that the circumstances of this investigation leave a lot of questions. While they grieve the unexpected loss of their son, they're also fighting for answers about what happened. After days of not hearing from their son, Ricky Johnson, his father and stepmother knew something just wasn't right.
Monday, I sent to his phone and I was going to go down and make a missing report on it.
Ricky was one of 3 men found dead outside of a home in the Northland, only after a fiance of one of the victims went to search for herself.
But as a father, you know when your kid's gone. There's some kind of feeling that comes over you.
His mother was able to get enough words together to describe the last several days.
It's been a nightmare ever since.
The family says their son was outside in the snow for 2 days.
You're grieving, but you're also mad because you don't know all the circumstances, but you've been hearing bits and pieces, and what you're hearing isn't good. That they were left out in the cold, and then they had to wait for their bodies to thaw out for them to do an autopsy. That's something that you don't ever want to hear.
Losing their son left a hole in their family they never expected.
He was just a good man. He had his quirks, but he was a very lovable person, and he loved his children to death.
But their grief isn't stopping them from pressing for the facts.
And from police, what do you need from them moving forward?
I need them to do their job. I need them to find out what happened. I need them to find out what in the world these boys were doing out in the backyard.
I'm not going to stand back and let it go. I will go until the day I die to get this figured out, what's going on.
Alyssa joins me now here at the desk. Alyssa, there have been a lot of questions about this case. First off, do we know how the victims died?
As of right now, this case is still active. So as far as we've been told from police, there haven't been an official cause of death yet, but our investigative producer did submit a request this afternoon for autopsy reports, which could take some time because this is an open investigation, as I mentioned. So KCPD did reiterate today that there isn't any initial indication of foul play.
And have police made any arrests in this case?
KCPD would not confirm that with us today because of the nature of this investigation being active and in its beginning stages. But as soon as we have that information, we'll make sure to update it in our newscast and online at kshb.com.
Alyssa Jackson, thank you.
Can you do me a favor with that video, Dago? Scroll back to where it shows the side of the house, because I believe it not only clearly shows the air conditioner, but it shows a 6-foot, a brick wall that comes out past the house that would block us from seeing any basement window on that sidewall.
Right here?
No, it's further down than that. It was much clearer. It was like they zoomed in on that area, but that's a brick wall. There could, in fact, be on the sidewall of that home a basement window on the other side of that wall.
Right.
And we wouldn't know it because we can't get the angle on it.
Hold on.
So there could, no, I'm saying, Listy J, there could, in fact, be a basement window on the side of that house.
I think. Well, we saw the inside of the house, and we saw the basement window.
Yeah, it has a window in the basement.
And that's where it would be
on the sides. sides or the back?
Behind that brick wall on the side of the house. So she could have, in fact, and the point I'm trying to make is we see a screen missing off of the garage window, but she still could have kicked in a basement window on the other side. We don't know that there's one there. I think in your images from the inside, it did show a basement window on that wall.
Oh, I did, definitely. Yeah,
Right?
I pointed that out to you guys right when
The left side of the house list. She said she couldn't get in the backyard because of the fence, and they say she entered through the basement. There's no basement windows on the garage side. There's no basement windows across the face. That only leaves that area behind the brick wall where a basement window could be located.
So if there's one, it's going to be on either side.
Right there. See, I called that an air conditioner. It's an air
that's
conditioner.
a central air unit. So there's either a window on either side of this.
Yeah.
Or in the back.
It's between the AC and the wall because that would give you the most area.
Yeah.
Most of those windows are 16 to 24 inches wide minimum.
And if I remember right, when we saw that window that we looked out, you could see there was something close to that window that was like overlapping into the window. Do you know what I mean? I can't remember what it was, but that makes sense.
But that way, so in other words, I'm just showing that the story that they've given the public, there's a high probability she went in through a basement window from the outside and didn't have to get in the backyard to find a basement window. That's what I want.
Alien Dog says, would you break a window or look in the backyard first? I mean, I'd probably walk around the house trying to find doors that might be open. But
the girl didn't appear to be tall enough to peer over that fence.
Yeah, and if you couldn't get into that fence, then you couldn't. So that makes sense.
Yeah, that fence would deter. That woman looked very petite. She didn't look more than 5.5 foot tall or so. So
right. And the one thing that interests me though is at the end of this video, I mean, I might be reading into it, but words are words. When they asked if there's been any arrests in this, she said that they wouldn't confirm that. They didn't say blatant no. They said that they wouldn't confirm that. Why do you think that is?
Because they don't. That would be a standard response to the victims' families.
Okay. Well,
initially, they may have actually had someone in the interrogation room at that point.
Right.
You don't know. But once they make an arrest, then I'm sure they would share that with the families.
Oh, they have to. Yeah, I would imagine.
Arrest for charges, right?
I would imagine they would have to, or at least want to, because these families don't seem like they're going to let this go, obviously, which they shouldn't.
Could you?
Yeah, right. It's crazy. It's a crazy scenario.
CI's asking if she should be charged for breaking and entering, and the answer is no, CI. There's enough calamity there now.
You never know. I've seen crazier things happen. There's no updates as of yet. Well, maybe we'll find something tomorrow. Wait a minute. What's this? Nobody believes they froze to death. That's what the consensus seems to be, that nobody believes this. So
yeah, I don't.
For whatever reason,
out there and froze to death. I don't accept that scenario either.
And I don't either. I'm just saying, for whatever reasons, maybe there's something people know about this guy that we don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a sad situation, man.
It is. I feel bad for the families. I really do, because this is horrible. I mean, your fiance, your husband, your brother, your son goes to see a football game with his friend and he never comes back. Like, really?
Yeah, it's a problem.
Deborah Lynn Polly says wrong one. I'm still thinking electrical shock. That's different. I've not heard that yet.
You guys ever read Sherlock Holmes?
Some of them, yeah.
In one of them, there's four brothers and sisters in a home, and the one brother left, and the next morning when the people came over, the three remaining siblings were dead at the table. Dead. Okay. And there was no obvious reason. There was no breaking, no entering. They were alive when he left. His story was kind of like this guy's story. And in the end, I'll cut to the chase. In the end, he threw something into the fireplace that released cyanide gas. Okay? And he left. And while they continued to play dominoes, that cyanide gas entered the room, obviously, and they all died within minutes of each other. This was back before modern science had all these tests, toxicology and stuff like that.
Right.
But again, so there's room for the man that left. There's room for the man upstairs to be culpable of something. And I'm not saying cyanide. I'm just using that little story as an example. That
I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good
cases
point.
of foul play that aren't obvious have happened many times throughout history.
Definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
Were you being for real? The people in that book were playing dominoes when the brother left.
They were
having fights and everything, but they all got. There's a whole story. It's an interesting story, but in the end, whatever he threw in the fireplace released cyanide, and that killed them.
Here's my thing. This is one thing that bothers me with this whole thing. There was somebody there, JC. I'm gonna guess because they were really close friends and they were all fans. It was probably a regular thing, I would guess. But answer this question. There's one question I have. The one brother or husband to the one friend was there knocking on the door for 20 minutes. Then she goes over, she breaks in the house, goes inside the house. She's yelling, doing this, doing that, finds the dead body, calls the police. The dude doesn't come out till the police show up and answers the door then. There's not a specific knock on the door that tells you the police are here. Yeah. I mean, there is, but there's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm going to imagine that if the one guy was there beating on the door for 20 minutes, he was probably beaten like the police would beat. Why didn't he answer the door then? Did he look out and notice the who it was and see who they were and didn't answer? Then when the cops show up, he answers the door. That is what makes me question him. Okay. She goes inside. She's yelling all through the house. He doesn't come to her. I mean, I'm sorry, but if I know I'm alone in a home and you have to hear somebody screaming and yelling that you're in this house looking for you. And where was he at that she didn't see him?
How long after the guy knocked on the door did the renter present himself?
After the police came to the house. All of that happened. That she said that he knocked on the door for 20 minutes. Then she goes over, she breaks into the house that night, finds the body on the back porch, calls police, and then he comes to the door in his boxer shorts and a wine glass.
It said something like the police were there like 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So why did he not know that she was in his house looking around saying, hey, hello, anybody here? I'm sure. Okay. Why did he not hear the guy beating on his door, but he only heard the police or saw the police, in my opinion?
Well, why wouldn't you search the rest of the house after you found the body? You know what I mean?
He probably freaked out.
They did. He gave them permission. That's why there was no need for a search warrant.
No. She's talking about the woman that found the body initially, I think.
Why wouldn't she have searched the house?
Yeah.
Or like you know what I mean? Or gone outside or looked outside or something, because it's like,
she probably freaked out.
And you're missing your fiance. I think I'd start looking the hell around, but that's just.
I mean, you probably would, but somebody like some people just like you see somebody dead and probably lose your grip on reality, run back out of the house and call the police is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Panic. Yeah, Michelle, that's what I'm saying. She probably panicked. I mean, a lot of people, I probably would too.
Well, there's someone in the chat room that said that the lawyer stated he was wearing earbuds and a fan was the reason.
That's the reason he gave.
Yeah.
We don't know that that's true. That could just be his excuse for ignoring the fact that she was there, which makes me feel like this dude's shady a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, there's a lot of suspects. There's two suspects here, and the whole situation is just nonsensical. And I honestly don't think any of us believe this is going to come down to three individual men.
Well, they said it was another guy in that
fucking hypothermia at the same time.
They said it was another guy in that video, CL. So I don't know.
Well, and here's another situation too, right? That gives me a little bit of suspicion about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting the impression from two of the families now that we saw the one a minute ago, and she and I saw an interview with one, I think, last night.
I didn't get to play that one either, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Neither of them seem to indicate that they've heard anything from this guy. This guy has given a story to the cops, and his lawyer says that he hasn't said anything other than what he told the cops at this point.
And that's the thing.
I feel
Yeah,
like a reasonable person that has no involvement in anything and feels terrible about this with his friends would at least try to console the families and let them know, here's exactly what went on. Here's exactly
you're right.
what I know.
Yep, I agree. He lawyered up immediately and has not contacted any of the families to say, hey, this is I'm sorry, this is what happened, this is what didn't happen, blah, blah, blah. That
it was just, not absolutely everybody would do that, but it would seem to be a reasonable thing.
Did you guys catch the thing that caught my ear, and I'd like a little more definition on it, is that he had his oddities, the father said. What is he referring to? Why do you even say that?
He's talking about his son.
Yeah, he's talking about.
He said he had his
one of the people that passed away, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. He said his son has a few oddities, but he's a good person. What are those oddities?
I caught that. I don't know what it means.
He just said he had his quirks, but he was a good person.
No, he said oddities.
That's what I thought he said.
No, the word on the screen was quirks.
Well, the statement from the man was oddities. Oddities.
Oh.
I heard quirks too, but okay.
What'd you hear, Clue?
Either way.
I thought he said oddities.
Either way.
All right, wait. Let's go back and find this because I think you'll find Clue and I to be correct.
Either way, I mean, I'm willing to say oddities.
But the real issue, the only reason I bring that up is when we say that there could have been an outside influence to this situation, are the oddities in any way, shape, or form related to drug use or alcoholism or that? See, these are unknowns.
I'm with you on that because it was a strange statement. Like it's almost like the Hunter Johnson, right? You're talking about somebody that's passed and he's not good with money, and like it's a weird thing, especially from a father, right? To say, but like
I think enough people are saying they heard quirks that you should play that part of the clip.
I gotta go back and find it again. Hold on a minute.
Because I can't imagine Cluminati not catching it. I just can't.
Well, I think I've learned my lesson in disagreeing with you because God knows.
That's what I was going to say. I think you're influencing her in a negative way, Sarge. I think they say.
I don't care. I'm saying he's wrong, and he can kiss my boot.
Ooh. You're making a man out of Dago one day at a time.
Hold on a minute.
I mean, we're not going to put money on anything like this or anything. We got to
wait. Don't you dare start doing that. Don't you cowtail to your man.
We can do that. Hold on now.
Don't you cowtail to your man until we got the truth.
You want to double or nothing our existing bet that I've already lost to you?
Hell no, he doesn't. Because he's got your half. He ain't about to take mine.
What do I?
If listen, taking yours would mean you and I are in the correct, and we're the chat room and the two guys in here that always give people the benefit of the doubt and ignore us are wrong.
That is true.
I mean, it's not often we're going to be on the same team, Clue. You better live it up.
I agree.
We got until the video plays. I didn't earn that badge for nothing.
The chat room seems to agree that it's quirks.
It is.
I think you read the word.
You're going to agree with you and Dago, though.
The man said quirks. I heard it, and you can both kiss.
You guys just Clue and I are black sheep. Admit it.
I'll admit that if no one else will.
I wear it like a badge. Look at the screen.
What did I tell you guys the name of the paper was?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, like we remember.
Kansas City Store.
You're mistaking us for people that listen to you, Dago.
That's it. Hold on a minute.
You said store.
That is what I said initially.
I know. I heard that.
I'm trying to earn my merit badge back from Sarge.
I know. I'm going to change mine and put that on my avatar.
You better get them sound effects ready, Clue.
Yeah, you got to make one that says, "Don't you judge me."
Don't you judge me.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Don't you judge me. What's the time in this clip? Mark it so you can pull it out.
I'd prefer to mark the time of day to day so that I can know and can document the exact moment that Dago and I were right and you and Clue were wrong.
I actually have it on our calendar, on our family calendar, marked one day that you were actually right. I have it marked every year. It goes off, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that one time he was right.
Yeah, we've got it on a piece of paper in a memory jar, too.
Yeah, I
And a
signed
memory
it.
jar.
I signed the paper to make
Like
sure.
Cletus can't even remember where the jar is. she's got to give him. She's got to give him the reminder to get to it.
Don't you judge me.
Don't you judge me. Oh my God.
Good.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Here's another one. I'm not giving you my consent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Oh God, the world is awesome.
1 second, folks. Why is it so damn hard to find? I just had it pulled up. Hold on.
I want you to make one too, Sarge, that says, "Are you looking at your thumb?"
You're fucked up, man. That is a funny one though. When I threw it out there,
that's the funniest shit I think I've heard in a while. I've had more fun out of that than I don't know. That's funny.
It is stupid as hell. It's stupid as funny. Look at that. It says you're on YouTube. People would just take it, and no one cares if you give consent. Why, Heather? I'm offended, Heather.
That is true.
Consent not given to attack Sarge. There's no consent given. So just go easy on me.
Nope, that's not it either. Damn it.
Oh boy, here we go. Go into your history. It's right in your browser history.
Don't you have
wasn't. Yeah.
How can we trust your memory if you can't find a web page you had open for 15 minutes?
You know what?
I can't with y'all.
You gotta go eat something.
Wait, which kid was it? It was
It was Ricky Johnson, but it was it was a very strange article. I didn't even know that the interview existed, remember, until the very
You gotta
end.
Google Ricky Johnson parents talking.
What do you think I've been doing? It's not coming up for some
It's
reason.
it's in your history of recent closed pages.
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Start just
You sure it's not your thumb?
Jesus. Well, you know, there's a problem now they're out there, Cletus, right?
What's that?
And a good reason to not suck your thumb. I'm going to nickname you now Thumbelina. Remember what I said earlier in the day? I had something for you on the stream I was going to hit you with. That's it.
Say that last part again. I missed it. She was.
Yeah, I was trying to find that video for him.
We're going to call you Thumbelina from now on.
Oh.
Isn't it something like family seeks?
Yeah, but it was buried in a newspaper article, and that's why I don't know where the hell. I'm almost there, I think. Hold on.
Boy, it's like taking the slow bus.
If that's not it, there, I put it in the back chat.
You found it already?
Is it? Yeah.
Of course she did.
Whatever.
Fiance found it too.
Of course he did. He copied Clue.
It was where the hell is it now? Page not found.
Uh-oh. Incomplete link.
Well, I swear it's called something like Family Seeks Answers.
Mm-hmm. There's 3 of them like that, and they're 2 or 3 different families. 1 second.
404, page not found. KCTV.
KC victim of freezing.
Yeah, that's what I pulled up. KCTV. Let me send this link. That's the same link. I don't know why it's not pulling up. It's weird.
Oh no, I didn't find it. Yeah, I did. It is the same one.
Yeah,
wait a minute. I that page you can actually go into the search and then bring that and then go from there.
Well, you play it on your phone and hear it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did I find it?
All needed an education.
I don't, because he said quirks and I know it.
Oh, why?
No, you got Clue over there. That's why.
Never gonna live this down.
I keep saying page not found every time you click on it. Damn it.
It's like the same video.
It's not the same video?
No.
No, because it was linked into the Kansas City Star's newspaper article, which was weird to me, but it was like buried in there. I've never seen one done like that. Tamara Ziegler told there never anything unusual about that house. Is this in here? Okay, so now back up. How are you going to take me from that back to this? Stop it. Good God. Okay, at this point, oh, I see where.
Oh, I found it. Okay, hold on. For real this time.
Where'd you find it under?
Well, if it'll go.
Is it? Are you putting it in the chat?
It's coming up. Page not found.
Not found again.
Are you
Again.
serious?
Again. Yeah, it ends in the word wants. It's the same one as the one above it. I don't know why you're giving us the same link twice.
Well, it says, as a father, you know, family wants answers after their son was found dead in Northland. See it?
Where'd you pull it up from?
Yeah.
Google?
What did you type in?
I typed in. Oh crap! Ricky Johnson, family interview, Kansas City Star.
I got it. You guys are just difficult. I got to take 2 seconds out of my day to help you. Come on.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I don't know why the link's not working.
There's the correct link right there. Sarge has got to fix it.
Well, let's hope you're right about the wording there.
Yeah, at least you'll be right about.
Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. You can't turn on me. You're on my fucking team.
I'm not. I said.
Oh shit! You said oddities too.
There it is. That's right. It worked. You're right about this, Star.
Thank you.
Half credit.
Don't you judge me.
1 second.
Did Cluminati not say oddities in the same period of time that I said it? Okay.
Still standing firm behind that.
All right. That's what we expect from Clue. Nothing less. You can't trust the words these men give out here. God damn it, Clue.
I'm aware.
I gotta trust somebody. Step up.
He said oddities.
Did you play it to hear the word oddity?
No, I was thinking we were going to do it on here.
Dago's making a sound clip real quick to dub over it.
All right, I just got off the phone. The marching band will be here when we prove that Sarge is wrong.
Nice.
All right, hold on. Are you ready, Cletus?
I am ready.
All right, let's see.
To be
Wait
wrong.
a second. I got something to say.
It's commitment.
Why is everybody always picking on me?
Do it for yourself.
And celebration. We're honored to be part of your team.
Listen closely.
And Pepsi, proud to support
Forget
Kansas
the
City
damn commercials.
athletics.
Developing tonight, a family is pressing for answers after 3 men were found dead outside a Northland home. Kansas City police in questions with KSHB 41's
a lot of questions. Her son, Ricky Johnson, his father and stepmother knew something just wasn't right.
Monday, I sent to his phone and I was going to go down and make a missing report on him.
Ricky was one of 3 men found dead outside of a home in the Northland, only after a fiance of one of the victims went to search for herself.
But as a father, you know when your kid's gone. There's some kind of feeling that comes over you.
His mother was able to get enough words together to describe the last several days.
It's been a nightmare ever since.
The family says their son was outside in the snow for 2 days.
You're grieving, but you're also mad.
Victoria, we're only playing this back to prove a point, to make sure something was said in here. I'm not trying to make you guys watch it over and over again. I'm sorry.
The chat room, Cletus and Dago are beating up on Clue for no reason.
been hearing bits and pieces, and what you're hearing isn't good. That they were left out in the cold, and then they had to wait for their bodies to thaw out for them to do an autopsy. That's something that you don't ever want to hear.
Losing their son leaves a hole in their family they never expected.
He was just a good man. He had his quirks.
Damn it.
We were wrong.
Oddities. I heard oddities. I don't know.
I heard oddities too.
It might be something
Look,
with the.
it's on the screen. He had his quirks.
Might be something with the
Maybe
white noise.
Maybe that's English for oddities.
Look at this one up here.
No, I want that badge. I was wrong. Play the party music. You can't dig in and find out we're wrong and not take some fun with it. Come on.
We don't get like a drum roll or.
Well, no, they should celebrate because it's not going to happen often. Keep going. Come on, party.
You don't hear the music playing?
There you go.
You can dance if you want to.
Sarge, do me a quick favor. Say you were wrong.
Oh, you were wrong.
No, you say I was wrong, Dago and Cletus.
Dago was totally wrong.
Never, ever, ever, ever gonna. Okay. Anyway,
I Sergeant Friday was wrong. You can't get any better than that. You could put that in your soundtrack and just abuse the shit out of it.
It could get better because hold on. You got
somebody has to clip that.
Well,
how could it get better?
See, the issue is I have a cold right now, and like my ears are stuffed. They're like, but in this instance,
Oh hell no!
I think my fiance was wrong.
Nope.
Come on, Clue. Come on. We
You're
we
wrong.
put them through all of that. We got to give them something in return. Even though I had to find the link and you had to do the reason, even though we had to do it for them, right? They're still correct.
The 22nd day of January 2024, Cluminati was wrong.
Oh, there you go, Dago.
No, that didn't count. That didn't count because it's actually the 23rd now.
Not here.
Eddie said Dago saved the soundbite of Sarge saying he was wrong. For real. Somebody clip that shit.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll get it. And mine.
Don't you judge me.
All
I'm
right,
allowed to be wrong. Don't you judge me.
I think that's gonna have to do it for tonight. We've been here 4 hours, but again, like I said, hopefully there's some kind of news on this soon. I'm definitely curious as to what the hell is going on, or what was going on in a sense, and why. Like this is crazy. There's a lot of off-handed things with this, and a lot of weird situational things with this too. So hopefully we get some answers. Hopefully the family gets some answers, most of all, to the questions they have. That's the big thing right there. I can't even imagine what they're going through. Because like I said, guys, this is not something that is supposed to be a dangerous situation. You go to you go to hang out and watch a football game and you don't come back from it. Come on. Hey, Draw, good to see you.
It's crazy. Like, I just can't, I don't know. My head can't get around this one. Like, I completely agree with Jules. Like, the three of you just knocking out at the same time.
Right. Thank you.
It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
And like you were talking about, even if they were given something, unless it was instantaneous, you know what I mean?
Well,
Your
Draw
body,
yeah. Right. It just doesn't happen that way. And Draw just said something about the FOD, which, I don't know how popular that is, but it's been popular everywhere else. Who knows? We don't know. If you're wanting to party and party good, that might be the thing now. These guys were in their mid to late 30s. You'd think, like, guys, I don't know. Absolutely, Deborah. I hope everybody that did receive memberships, thank you so much for being here. Everybody else that is here already, thank you so much. We had a steady crowd tonight, and you guys are amazing for that. I appreciate every bit of your guys' support so very much. I do. I thank you all so much. Sarge, Clue, Cletus, the other winner, thank you for joining us tonight on this.
Of course.
I appreciate that very much. Victoria says, Dago, watch the fans in the next kit. Yeah, I bet it's going to be interesting supporting this. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and hopefully I should see you guys tomorrow at the normal time, because I don't have anything going on during the day that I know of. So again, guys up here, everybody's input up on the panel here, I appreciate it big time. You guys are great, as always. Thank you so much. Everybody in the chat, I want to thank you all so very much for tuning in again. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all on the other side. Bye-bye.
Right, have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Miss American. Bye.
Let me get that music going so we don't have to hear that singing.
I'm going to hang in just for a bit.
See you later.